ask Mr. Burnside to please call the roll.
I'm trying to pull that up right now. Please take notice that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. That written notice was sent from the office of the Secretary of the Board at 7:30 p.m. on June 27th, 2022. The said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, and the Village Green. Board Member Susan Bergen,
Here.
Board President Thayer Joshua, Board Member Alyssa Malaspina,
Here.
Student Representative Noah Moros, Board Member Insiders,
Here.
Board Member Kali Teller,
Here.
Board Member Arun Adlamani,
Here.
Board Member Caitlin Whitletter,
Here.
Board Member Courtney Wingfield, and Board Member Johanna Wright, absent. Thank you.
We are going to move into executive session, whereas while the Senator Byram and Bear Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 1014-6 at SEC, requires all meetings of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to be held in public, NJSA 10.10:4-12B sets forth 9 types of matters that may lawfully be discussed in executive session without the public being permitted to attend. And just go to the end.
And the reasons for executive session will be paragraphs 1, 7, 9.
The reasons, excuse me.
Privilege HIP.
The reasons for the executive session include attorney-client privilege, HIB, pending and anticipated litigation matters, and personnel matters, interpersonal matters. Whereas the length of the executive session is estimated to be 60 minutes, after which public meeting of the board shall reconvene at approximately 7:30. Now therefore be it resolved that the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education will go into executive session for the above stated reasons only. And be it further resolved that the board hereby declares that its discussion of the aforementioned subjects will be made public at a time when the public's interest in disclosure is greater than any privacy or governmental interest in being protected from disclosure. Would anyone like to make a motion to move to executive session?
I make a motion to adjourn to executive session.
Second that motion.
All those in favor? That appears to be unanimous. We will move to executive session. Thank you. You need a motion.
What happened to Alyssa?
Oh, right. Good evening. We would like to reopen the public session. Can I have a motion to open public session, please?
Motion to reopen public session?
Second.
All those in favor? It appears to be unanimous. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Before we get into any of our businesses this evening, we have a performance by the Maplewood Middle School Chorus. If you'd like to come forward.
Good evening. This is the select chorus from Maplewood Middle School, and they'll be performing two pieces of music for you, A Wonderful Life and the One Note Samba, and we're so glad to be here. Thank you.
To be the unavoidable consequence of you. This is just a little samba built upon a single note. Other notes are about to follow, but the root is still unknown. This little one is the consequence of the one we just been through. That's about to be the unavoidable consequence of you. So many people who keep talking, to say nothing, or nearly nothing. I guess up all the skill I know, and at the end I've come to nothing, or nearly nothing. So I come back to my first goal, as I must come back to you. I will pour into that one note, all the love I get for you. Ready what's the whole show, ready possible to go. He will find himself with no show, better play the notes you know. There's so many people who keep talking, and say nothing, or give me nothing. There's a all this going on, and at the end I come to nothing, or give me nothing. So I come back to my first note, as I must come back to you. I will pour into that one note all the love I feel for you. And it wants the whole show, maybe costs a lot to go. He will find himself with no show, better play the notes you know. He will find himself with no show, better play the notes you know. He will find himself with no show, better play the notes you know.
Thank you to the Maplewood Middle School Chorus for coming and sharing the song. Give them another round of applause. And to all their grown-ups who also came out to support. So before we get started, Mr. Burnside, I just wanted to make sure the record reflects that Board Member Wingfield joined the public session after, after the roll call was taken earlier.
I've got her coming in at 7:10.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of board minutes from the executive session and regular meeting of September 29th. Can I have a motion to approve the board minutes?
Motion to approve the September board minutes.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? It appears to be unanimous. Thank you. And now I would like to move on to the board recognitions and also the student BUE representative update.
Good evening. For this month's student recognitions, 15 Columbia High School students who are among 62,000 top students from across the country to earn academic honors from the College Board's national recognition programs. These national recognition programs grant unrepresented students with academic honors that could be included on college and scholarship applications, and they connect students with universities across the country, helping them stand out during the admissions process. Alexis Owu, Connor McBride, Cyrus Merriweather, Hudson Tyler, Justin Aro, Michaela Ogentis, Nicholas Franklin, Okara Prosper, Sophia Franklin, Tristan Bernard, Valentina Vavix, and Zachary Taylor were 12 students who were awarded the National African American Recognition Award. Arturo Dugante, Sadie Munez, and Zoila Mills were 3 students who were awarded the National Hispanic Recognition Award. For the staff recognitions, earlier this month, Achieve awarded 34 grants to teachers and teams of staffers, totaling just shy of $65,000 in funding. Staffers received funding for special projects and programs. You can see the full list on the board website. For this month's student report, Noah and I met with Dr. Taylor and we discussed homecoming. Homecoming was just with juniors and seniors, and that was a success. We also talked about working with having Muslim holidays in schools and on the school calendar to be honored. If we do not have days off, they will be representative days. In those days, we will have no homework. We will have update on that soon. Lastly, we will aim to support students in making responsible decisions about their health. We want to include partnerships with local clinics so that students may receive STD testings. By next month, we intend to have more updates, including clinics that want to join or sponsor our initiative. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the superintendent's update. Dr. Taylor?
Thank you. And again, I want to give kudos to the Maplewood Middle School Chorus. We were working with our supervisor of the arts, Mr. Mano, to make sure that we can bring our students back to our board meetings to celebrate the arts as just a priority for our school district. So we're super excited that they led us in this initiative to come back to some normalcy. Thank you, Vanessa, also for that update. I always enjoy meeting with you and Noah as you come and represent the students of our school district. We have 2 presentations for you this evening. They both, I think, will only have a few slides, but very important information. The first presentation is the Ssds Presentation, formerly known as the Violence and Vandalism Report, and it will be presented by our Assistant Superintendent for Access and Equity, Dr. Gilbert.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, and good evening, board and community. I am Dr. Kevin Gilbert. I am the Assistant Superintendent of Access and Equity, and I am going to present to you our SSDS report. And I'm going to be sharing my screen, so I just need someone to let me know that you can see the presentation.
We can see it, Dr. Gilbert. We're just not at the first slide.
Got you. Okay,
Yep. Thank you.
let me go back. Let me see here. Here we go. Thank you. All right. And so this is the annual report of the Student Safety Data System. This is the first report, and there will be another report to come later on. Again, as Dr. Taylor mentioned, by law, all New Jersey public school districts have to use the SSDS system to report all incidents of vandalism, violence, weapons, substance abuse, and HIBs that occur. This system replaced a former system that was used in the state called the Electronic Violence and Vandalism Reporting System, and it also replaced another system previous that dealt with harassment, intimidation, and bullying investigations and training program. And so, as I said before, this report is to be presented before the board and the public in a semi-annual basis. And I think the last report that was given to this body occurred in October of last year. In a few minutes, I'm going to show you some data. And in the data, you will see different categories. The incidents that are on the report contain violence, vandalism, substance abuse, weapons, and HIBs that have been confirmed. When we talk about violence, that includes assaults, fights, kidnapping, robbery, sexual assault, threat of simple threat or criminal threats, and the vandalisms will encompass arson, computer trespass, damage to property, false public alarms, and theft. And when you look at the data on the report, it's important to notice that the totals don't may not add up, because in any given category, one incident could encompass several categories that are on the list. And so there's one incident, but it could have multiple categories that fall under SSDS, and we have to count those categories each. So the data slides that I'm going to show you are going to give you the previous year and the current year data. If you look at the data reports, the things I want you to focus on, and I know the numbers may be kind of small for you, but the report will be posted for you to see, is that you'll see large jumps in the numbers for 21-22 from 20-21. It's important to note that 2021, again, was a virtual year, and I think students returned back to in-person learning around May or so of that particular school year. And so for our comparison points today, I really want us to look at 18-19, because 18-19 was the last year of full in-person learning, and 2021 we have full in-person learning. But then we can also use 19-20, because students were in school for almost 3/4 of the year before we had the pandemic virtual learning took place. And so if you will look at the numbers, you will see that in terms of violence and in terms of substance abuse in 18-19, although there was an increase from 18-19, there was a significant decrease from what happened in 19-20 for substance abuse. But for violence, you could see that the numbers continue to trend in a downward manner. As well as you can see in vandalism as well as weapons incidents, those numbers continue to decrease. Unfortunately, our HIB numbers continue to show that there are a significant number of those incidents. But if you do the comparison from 18-19 and 19-20, you will see some significant numbers in that. And so that is one of the things that we are going to focus on as a school district, on how do we get our numbers of HIBs down. You will see the categories of HIB alleged and HIB confirmed. And we just want you to know that What that means is, so when HIB is reported to a principal, the principal has an initial responsibility to look at that HIB and make a determination if it should be investigated as a HIB or should it be just simply used as a code of conduct. And so when you see 52 alleged HIBs and 50 confirmed HIBs, what that means is that our administrators went on and investigated all but 2 of the HIBs that were alleged, to have our anti-bullying specialists look at those, to investigate those, to see if those HIBs were in fact founded or unfounded. So that's what that 52 and that 50 means. I'm going to move along here. This is just the slide that kind of shows, explains the data that I just talked about. And so the answer to how we're going to help create, try to make some changes and make sure we're creating safe learning environments for all of our young people. We've talked about this on numerous occasions, is our schools have been implementing or in the process of implementing strong school cultures and climates. They've put together implementation plans, and those implementation plans are designed to create proactive approaches that are going to hopefully help us see significant reductions in some of the data points that you saw. Particularly, we're hoping to see some of those reductions in our HIBs. And additionally to those strong school culture and climate implementation plans, we will be continuing our training around HIB, Title IX, culture responsiveness, and restorative justice practices throughout the district, as all of those help lend themselves to building these strong cultures and climates. And again, by being proactive, we hope to see some of those numbers that you saw, especially in our HIBs, reduced. The last thing I kind of want to share with you is the law also mandates that during the first week of October, our schools have a week of respect activities, which are designed to help build community, but also highlight the effects of coming together to combat things like bullying and other things that may lend themselves to some of the incidents that we saw earlier. And just know that all of our schools participate. Our ABSs, our anti-bullying specialists are very crucial to helping celebrate these particular activities. And I'm just going to go through the slides. I'm not going to go through them all, but you will notice that some of the activities include newsletters. There was Spirit Week. Some people did chalk art. There were classroom activities. There was listening to different kinds of music. Respect is the theme song that many of our schools use throughout that week. And just teachers-led discussions and really talking about how our students can work together and can promote what we call a week of belonging or a week of acceptance. And so Columbia High School, I will focus your attention on the Tuesday activity, which was Your Future is a Bright When You Show Respect for Yourselves and Wear Bright Colors. For Maplewood Middle School, if you could, on Thursday, they did a control alternate delete around cyberbullying, and they had a morning message song, and one of the key themes that they talked about was knowledge will give you power, but your character will earn respect. And that's a quote from Bruce Lee. And the theme song was a Bob Marley song called One Love. On South Orange Middle School, they had a Week of Respect poster competition. This is just one thing I'm just highlighting on anti-bullying, where the students created posters and they actually gave away a prize. Clinton Elementary had a mini lesson on Clinton defeats bullying, mini lessons that all the teachers were able to do as one of the activities that they did. When we look at Delia Bolden, they had a rainbow hand mural where people contributed to the rainbow mural that was displayed in the main hallway, and each student traced their hand and wrote one way that they would demonstrate inclusivity and respect. Marshall Elementary had Mismatched Clothes Day on Thursday, where they recognize that we are all different, and different is a great thing, and it's a great thing to be where people honored each other's differences as a way to really find collaborative community with one another. Montrose, our pre-K program, on the Monday they did a reading with the ABCs of Kindness by Samantha Berger, and they created What is Kindness, what was a multimedia collage that was either drawings or paintings or photography. And Seth Boyding School, part of their thing was they also did a We Are All Different, and Different is Great on Thursday, but they also did Let Respect Shine, and they wore their favorite sparkling bright and neon clothing on Monday. And then South Mountain Elementary School, they ended their week of respect with a promise that they read, and they did a song and dance to respect, which, as I said, is the theme for much of the schools throughout the week. And then Tuscan Elementary School had, again, multiple activities. And on their Friday, today they did a teaching about Tuscan Tigers about empathy. So they talked about empathy. They did classroom activities about working together and about what empathy was. And that was a big activity that they did. And so I would just end with knowing that in terms of harassment, intimidation, and bullying, the public should know that all the information is on our website on how to report bullying, how to look at our harassment, intimidation, and bullying policy. I am the district HIB coordinator. My assistant is Miss Robin Curry. Both of us are at your call to answer any questions you may have. If you call up to the district and want to know additional information about how to report incidents of harassment, intimidation, and bullying, or learn more about the law. There are several links. You can go to policy 5512, of course. There's also a regulation that goes with it. We have our school code of student conduct that you can kind of look through, but the link to report any types of bullying is located there on our website. And there's also a frequently asked question. And I would be remiss if I did not end and take a personal point of privilege to thank the anti-bullying specialists throughout our district. And I'm just going to take just a little minute to thank Michael Lupus and Dorota Martinez from Columbia High School, Dana Robinson from Maplewood Middle School, Allison Steiner and Phasia Salam Goodwin from South Orange Middle School, Aurelius Tapia Vargas, who is at Clinton Elementary, Maja Francis, who is at Delia Bolden Elementary School, Julia Portnoff, who's at Marshall, and Benita Samuels, who is the anti-bullying specialist and principal at Montrose, Christian Blackwell, who is at South Borden, Shazan Napoleon, who is at South Mountain and South Mountain Annex, and Eva Buggy, who is at Tuscan Elementary School. Those are our anti-bullying specialists, and as I tell them, they are helping us to be the front line of creating school cultures and climate that are going to help elevate the learning and inspire our young people. And they're doing a fantastic job. And so to Dr. Taylor and the board, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Gilbert, and thank you. And before we take questions, I just want to emphasize that one thing that we discussed. The board was very forthright at the beginning of last school year. We knew when we were shifting from students who had basically been either home, virtual, or with the part-time hybrid, that being in school together full-time. Dr. Gilbert, can you stop sharing for a
Yeah, I'm
moment,
trying.
sir?
I apologize.
Oh,
I'm trying
you
to.
got it. No,
I'm trying to figure that out.
no, Elizabeth, Mr. Bonds will take care of it for
Thank
you.
you.
He's,
Thank you.
yeah.
Here he comes. Thank you so much.
We knew the board anticipated, and we had many discussions around expecting mental health challenges from students who, for example, were entering school in 3rd or 4th grade and had not been full-time in person all day since they were really first graders. With Noah and Vanessa, our student reps, we talked about that as well, that this is the first year, and as seniors, that they felt like they were in a normal space since they were freshmen. And so last year was going to be a tough transition year. And we shared multiple updates throughout the year with the board around the skyrocketing, to be honest, right? HIV's allegations as compared to previous years. So and that's again why we invested so much in our mental health supports. And so I appreciate Dr. Gilbert again for sharing that information, and of course transitioning to our district to assist us with the climate and culture improvements. And we've already begun to review those action plans from our schools. I'll open the floor to board members who have questions, Madam Vice President.
Thank you. True to form, Board President Joshua sent me his randomizer to select board members to ask questions, and Board Member Siders won the first question. If you would like to go first, the order is Siders, Telesford, Malaspina are the first three questions. If you're ready.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I don't have any questions, just thank you, Dr. Gilbert, for that report. And it was very interesting to see that for some aspects of that data, that the numbers have gone down, even when you go back to looking at the 2019 school year. I know when I looked at that data, I was looking at the school year that ended in 2020. But thank you.
Board Member Telesford? Oh, he is not present at the moment. Board Member Malaspina.
Here.
Oh, you're here.
I do not have any questions at all, sorry.
Okay, I apologize. I wasn't able to see you on the screen we have here. Board Member Malaspina?
Yes, two questions. Can you, one is that, the HIB numbers, while I'm just concerned about them, and I know this might sound weird, but I'm concerned about them partially because of the fact that a number of schools had 0 HIBs. And I know that sounds odd, but as an educator, we know that there are HIBs, like kids, and I'm concerned that we might not be reporting them like they should be. I don't, and being in the schools every day, we see this so often that to see almost all the elementary schools, except for like 2, having no HIBs just worries me. And I would ask partially that we make it clear to administrators and others that there is nothing wrong with reporting HIBs. We want to help the kids. We want to help the situations, and we shouldn't be downplaying our numbers in any way, shape, or form because of that. When I look at the schools that are always like, I have no violence, we have no HIBs in them, and you see that. I mean, everyone else says that in the state. We all know that's a lie. Like, I'm being honest. Things happen in schools all the time.
Hey, point of order. Sorry. Are you accusing the administration of lying?
I am not accusing the administration of lying.
That's what you just said that.
I was
so
saying,
many words.
I was saying that in general, when we look at reports that other school districts do, because there are other school districts throughout the state.
I mean, I don't care about other school districts. I don't care about my day job. I'm caring about, as a board member, you're welcome to say whatever you want, but I mean, who cares what happens in other school districts, right? I mean, I what you're saying, but I really do take offense. No, I really do take offense when you start looking and saying that this data is incorrect. Yes, it may be incorrect. That's fine. You can bring it up later. But that is not the point here. The point here is we accept the data and you can have questions on data.
Right. And I am stating that, Arun, what I was stating before I was interrupted was that I'm hoping that the administration will take a look at making it clear to people that it is okay to have HIBs, that it is okay to report them, that there is nothing wrong with that. And I know sometimes that people don't always report them because of that, but the data helps us to grow and learn. And I also, my second question is, can you please explain the violence numbers? Does that take into account fights that occur outside of school grounds at like the pizza place, but affect the students in the school or at the 7-Eleven or all of that? I'm trying to understand how we got to the numbers we got to.
Thank you. Just to be really forthright, when I arrived in district, for the board members who were on the board now, you may recall that our attorney, our solicitor, served as our HIB coordinator, right? And that was something that we inherited, and it was not something that I had seen before. And one of the things that the board expressed at that time was that we, as administration, take over that from our solicitors for some obvious reasons, right? And so when we did a redesign of central office, that was one of the reasons for that design. Saying all that to say that HIB is a very important matter for this district, and it's been that way since I arrived. And we have added so many trainings, school-based trainings and centralized trainings on that matter. And that's one of our messages. And that we really emphasize that the ABS, the person closest to the anti-bullying specialist, person closest to the incident, that they are our representative and they are the expert, and we don't want to taint what they do in any way. And also when we receive emails from parents, and you can imagine I get a few emails from parents, some of our advice to them is, do you want to file an HIB? Here's how you do it, right? We want them to know that that's an option for them if they're having a challenge that fits that criteria. So just wanted to make sure that we're clear that we agree, and we'll continue to emphasize that to our schools, to our parents who email us, to our anti-bullying specialists and principals, that we want real numbers. We want to learn from our numbers, and I'm very confident in the work that we're doing. And this includes the self-evaluation piece that principals complete. We want to emphasize that that's an important tool, right? And in years past, folks reflected that they didn't have enough training, and so that led to further investments. It's a long answer, but I just wanted to make sure that we answered that. And the second part of your question, can you remind me, Ms. Malaspina? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to understand, does the violence numbers...
Got it, yes. So why don't you let us, another Dr. Gilbert gave a summation of these, each of these
that's
categories.
why I was trying.
Yeah, so if something occurs off campus after school hours, no staff members there, I don't believe that would be added to the SSDS program, but let us go and grab the definitions that we'll put in your Friday packet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Wingfield and then Whitlitter.
I just want to follow up, Board Member Malaspina, and give you an opportunity to clarify. You're not suggesting that our elementary principals are intentionally underreporting HIB?
No, I never
Okay.
stated that. No, and I didn't get a chance to finish what I was saying. No, what I was saying was that in general, I would love it if we could. I want it to be clear that we are not looking at these HIBs as like a punitive measure. If there are HIBs that are occurring, we want to know about them. We want them to be reported so that we can take the action that needs to be taken.
Thank you. My question for Dr. Taylor and Dr. Gilbert, and I realize that you're both new-ish to the district, so you are not able to speak to the longevity that we reviewed tonight. But, one of the things I think is important to note is that, numbers, a decrease in instance of violence and other reporting measures we saw tonight don't happen accidentally. Those are a reflection of real investments in shifts in practice and investments in a lot of supports for young people. And so I'm curious, to what extent have you or do you plan to study what some of those shifts have been, even sort of prior to your tenure, in a way to not only memorialize them, but scale them in ways to continue to decrease those numbers and also build more coherence?
Thank you. Great question. So a couple of things. One thing that's important that we try to emphasize every time we review this particular report is that the data that's collected has had different methodologies along the way. There was the EVVRS, there was the HIB report, then they were consolidated. And so just trying to match apples to apples in that data can be challenging because of that. Secondly, the work that we did with the suspension task force, that also links to this because we went through a data collection and trying to find trends, multi-year trends with the internal information that was available to us in our student information system. And so utilizing that and utilizing, as Dr. Gilbert mentioned, Njsba, the Rutgers Partnership for Climate Surveys, that also added a way for us to triangulate that information to make data-driven decisions and utilize that information for this year's planning for climate and culture. Every school has an action plan based on the data that was available to them to improve climate and culture. And I would say lastly, an example of how data-driven decisions can help to improve climate and culture based on the information similar to what we just saw is the decision at Columbia High School for ninth graders to stay in for lunch, right? That was based on the data that was collected around when incidents occurred, who was involved with those incidents, and an analysis was made. So that is a huge part of how we make decisions and try to improve climate and culture based on the information that is available, both short-term and long-term. I hope that was a satisfactory answer.
Thank you. Board Member Whitletter.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gilbert and Dr. Taylor, for the presentation. One thing that I know is important to all of us is really tracking incidents of sexual violence and sexual harassment. So within the violence and HIB confirmed line items, and if you don't have this information now, I do think that this is also worthy of a follow-up conversation, trying to parse out how many of those occurrence or incidents were directly related to sexual violence or sexual harassment, to ensure that we are seeing improvements in the climate and culture of our schools in that regard. And that also the plan that was put into place after the task force, which I think was done last year, that that's working and that our students feel, one, our students understand what the chain of command is, who they can go to for help, and that what we've implemented is being utilized broadly across the district. So if you have any anecdotes to add or feedback about that, that would be great. But I do think that this would be a great topic for an upcoming C&I meeting.
Thank you for sharing. And most certainly, we actually had a conversation and check-in around the sexual assault task force recommendations and some of that work recently. One of the big things that came out of that task force was the flow chart of what do you do as an educator if someone reports to you, if a student reports to you or makes you aware of the possibility of sexual assault. And so that is still one of the biggest pieces, I think, at the high school, because it impacts really everyone. Every adult in that building has access to that flow chart of what to do. Secondly, I think one of the things, this was a few years ago now, that was mentioned and that was talked about was ensuring that spaces that have a reputation for housing this type of nefarious activity be heavily monitored. And so, I don't like talking about security in this type of a setting, but we have increased the monitoring of spaces that were brought to our attention and are continuing to monitor, others that could be, a place that more likely than others that this type of attack could happen. Additionally, one of the biggest parts of our conversations was making the information more available to students. And so we've been utilizing Canvas because it's a learning tool, of course, but it also is a mechanism to make sure that students get information. And so part of what we're doing for our Title IX training and others is pushing it to students, not just on their emails, the high school students especially, but also via their Canvas their Canvas accounts, because they see them every day, right? So those are some of the steps that we're taking. We could definitely give the board an update on that. It's a topic that's always top of mind.
Thank you. Board Member Vadlamani.
So I have a comment and a question. I mean, I do appreciate the statement you made about how you brought the freshman lunch inside based on data. I mean, I think that's it's a high point of how you can use data to make decisions. Obviously, it's a very small one compared to the entire district, but I'm hoping that in the future, we'll be able to do more and more of that. And also, I mean, now that we have a very nascent data committee, I'm hoping that we can bring more data out to the board so the board can make much better decisions than we make, today. The other question I have is, clearly there is increase in the HIV as well as substance abuse year on year. Not just year on year, but even if you look longitudinally across 10 years, it's huge. What can the board do today to help you manage that? I mean, yes, board in the past, as you mentioned, has, given more resources to, in terms of services and all that. What can we do today to help that? Or is it something that well, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, great question. I mean, we're continuing to support our schools on that. Substance abuse is a big challenge for our district and many others. For some students, they utilize that, unfortunately, as a self-medication for the anxiety and stress that life has brought to all of us, especially social media, pandemic, etc. We have a great group of substance abuse counselors. And also, of course, we have our social workers and guidance counselors. And one of the biggest shifts that we had in the last probably 18 months is the addition of social worker interns. So that's added an army of support to this really important subject area. I wouldn't be able to answer off the cuff of what the board's role would be in increasing the support to try and alleviate that concern. But let's allow us, Dr. Gilbert, works with our principals on their climate and culture. I'll ask him to take that question back to the leadership of our high schools and middle schools to get their feedback on it.
Thank you. And then I just have another comment and question. I've been watching these presentations for years, and I know maybe 5 or more years ago, there was the big shift in reporting with the EBRS or whatever the other system was. But I just wanted to point out, and I know different superintendents might do things differently, but I think your first year was 1920, and that was a truncated year, and there were 46 incidents of violence that year. Last year was a full year, and there were 33, so that was like more than a 30% decrease since in your time, which presumably had like a similar reporting thing. So I think that's a great sign, and maybe there's a perception sometimes that that's not what's happening, but there's been a major decrease in violence in the district. I guess my question is sort of related to Board Member Vadlamani's, which is, are we mining the demographic information of the students involved for, age, school, IEP status, and other things to figure out how we can target supports to students where it's most needed?
Thank you for that. And I would give a lot of credit to the school leadership, our principals and assistant principals. If you think about it, when I came in 3 years ago, there were multiple vacancies at the principalship level, and we've had stable leadership that has been allowed to establish, norms in our school buildings. They've also been very amenable and accepting of trainings and best practices, and so I think that is a result of their hard work and the hard work that they've done with their assistant principals and guidance counselors and teachers, of course. So thank you for that. I think that this is a good connection to how we list our suspensions on our website on the 15th of every month, because we do drill down in the demographic area of that. And both Dr. Gilbert and myself, whenever there's a request for a suspension, as we noted in previous board meetings, we request the restorative piece. We also request the circumstances. We request special education or ELL determinations as well. So we do keep those things top of mind every single time a suspension is brought to, or a potential suspension is brought to our attention. For HIB, it's a little bit different, only because we don't want to interfere with what the ABSs are doing. But I think that there's always a great way for us to collect via Power School who the alleged perpetrators are and victims are, and also record and for our trend analysis if there's any trends on the demographics of those students. So thank you for that recommendation.
Thank you. I think you have another presentation for us, and just to let people know, I guess I'll go in reverse order in the randomizer. So you would start, I'll go last again. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, I will go. I will share my screen now. All right. I'm not sure you can hear me. Let me just double check. Am I okay? My volume is okay? Yes? Okay, great. Thank you. I'll go back here.
We don't see your screen if that's what you're asking.
All right. I'm going back there. Okay. Thank you, board members, members of the public. This is just a brief update on our district action plans that are connected to our district goals. We're going to review again the district goal process. Every time that we update the district action plans and district goals, we always want to make sure that we revisit how we got to this point. And so we'll just briefly go through that process and then look at each of the action plans where they are in their current state. So many know, but some may not know, that our district partners with the New Jersey School Boards Association, as hundreds of other school districts in the state do, not all, but most and many. And so part of their offerings to our school district and to our Board of Education are field services. And one of those field services offers a rep who helps the Board of Education and the superintendent to have a conversation around goal setting. The goal setting process, this is a couple of slides here, and I will go through it quickly. District goals, they customarily start with a conversation and a retreat between the Board of Education, the superintendent, along with the New Jersey School Board Association field rep. And that rep leads us through a conversation. And so we start with kind of taking a look at and kind of reviewing the outcomes of the previous year's goals, and we look at the challenges and the triumphs. And we then come to an agreement and select goals for the approaching school year. We understand that some goals are so robust that they may take multiple years. The goals are then formally adopted by the Board of Education via resolution. The superintendent then takes the goals and facilitates action plans with school leadership team members. This is important, right? Because these goals are not only the goal of the superintendent, they cascade across the school district throughout our leadership, both at central office and at our schools. Action plans are then shared with the board, as they are going to be this evening, and the public, and it lays a roadmap for successfully achieving these goals. I then report out action plan updates in a timely manner to the board and the public. And again, these goals often become the goals or part of the goals of many other leaders in our school district. Then in the spring, I provide artifacts and evidence of the goal completion to the board through the New Jersey School Board Association Superintendent Evaluation digital portal. The board then reviews that submission, and we meet to discuss, and ultimately, after the board has had their meetings, they meet with the superintendent, and we discuss the overall evaluation based on those district goals. So our first district goal speaks to facilities. Obviously, we have a major facilities project that is occurring. And so we'll just walk through some of these steps in the action plans. I won't read this entire screen to you, but this, again, as Mr. Burnside said, will be available on our website under board meetings and board meeting presentations. So our elementary school construction, everyone is very familiar with it. We are working and collaborating with our architect and our construction management company. And some timelines that we have available for you for Marshall and Montrose. as well as South Mountain and South Mountain Annex. And we've had substantial completion and occupation of these facilities. We expect all construction for these two projects to be complete September of 2024. And again, the district goal speaks to not only our elementary schools, but also bringing to fruition our secondary schools. Here are some more examples of those district goal action steps for elementary schools. We can go right down the 4 columns over. You'll see each of our schools that are under construction highlighted and where they are. They're very similar, as of course they started on a similar trajectory. When we look down at the secondary schools, which is a big part of this district goal, SOMS, MMS, and Columbia High School, one of the significant goals that we have is to get to the point where we, of course, have put our bids out so that we can collect those bid responders and move to the point of beginning construction at our secondary schools. Another important piece here that came out of our FFT meetings were the need for more monthly status updates for just how we're pacing along our expenditures for not just one school or separate schools, but the entire project, just so that everyone can have peace of mind as we're moving forward. Our next district goal action plan is on student achievement. So this goal focuses obviously on student achievement and our work in curriculum and instruction. And it speaks about struggling students, especially struggling students at Columbia High School, how to identify those students, how to work with those students, how to work with the teachers who are, our first level of intervention for students who are struggling, and how to improve, again, the credit accumulation and reduce the disparities that we've shared around pass-fail data. So again, we've spoken many times in our last district action plans for last year about ensuring that our INRS, and that's the intervention and referral services pieces, are in place for every school. And we, of course, have verified that, but now we want to make sure that they're high quality and consistent across our schools. And you see next, just talking about, again, those first 3 bullets are all around INRS, that RTI, a response to intervention, right? So we're not just throwing intervention at students. It should be something that we're monitoring the impact and effectiveness of. What is the student's response to intervention? And should that intervention be tweaked? And is that intervention effective and working for that student? Is the differentiation happening and working for that student? Again, the next bullet is differentiation. And that's some professional development goals that we have. And again, we've spoken about, and I know there's been a lot of excitement about in our CNI committee around expanding our humanities classes. And for those who aren't familiar with the humanities piece, I encourage you to check out some of our CNI committee minutes that speak about the humanities piece and about how we've been able to pair up and create almost a team teaching model where students are with a certain team of teachers, and that's been pretty impactful and very successful, led by Dr. Bean Folks and Ms. Ann Bodner. Master scheduling, of course, is always a really important part. So to make sure that we are using our master schedule to ensure that students are having their academic priorities scheduled first. So what does that mean? That means that if a student is undercredited and overaged, when we're doing our master academic scheduling, which is assigning those classes, those students should have a special lens to ensure that their courses that are being assigned are leading to them accelerating their time with us and their success towards graduation and post-high school life. I'll just skip a couple over here. Again, this is all available for you. Again, this is to highlight that second box there on the left-hand side, the Tier 1 interventions. That's a piece that we believe we can get really much better at, is continuing to focus on what are the first level of interventions for students when they're still in their general education classroom. How can we intervene in students who are not being successful at that rich level of the teacher-student interaction? We, of course, spoken about risk ratio, that algorithm, using it as Board Member Vadlamani said, continuing to use data to drive our decisions and to improve the outcomes that we're looking for. The next district goal is social emotional learning driven. And this is an exciting goal. We've spoken about it already with Dr. Gilbert's presentation, that we know that we're looking to create a consistent continuum from pre-K to 12, where that focuses on social emotional learning and restorative justice. And that we've done a lot of work in these pieces. We want to see consistency across our district, utilizing the levers that we have identified here, including professional development. And of course, we've spoken about our climate and culture planning. Professional development, of course, and continuing our restorative practices investment. If you recall last year, our restorative practices consultant really focused in on our school leaders, because there was a gap there between folks who had been here for quite a number of years and folks who had just joined us over the last few years, and the opportunities to engage in that restorative practices PD, really authentic. And so we have principals help us identify it based on their own evaluation of their personal information regarding restorative practices. We're so excited this year for the first 2 weeks of the school year. We really focused in and gave direction to our principals and assistant principals and teachers around those first 2 weeks of school, building the relationships with kids. Sometimes at schools, we have so much academic pressure that we start so fast academically, teachers don't have a chance to really learn the students intimately, to be able to understand what drives them, to have a connection, because sometimes students need that connection to know that the staff members in the building really care about them, especially in transitional grades. So that first 2 weeks of school, we received so many compliments from the school leadership and teachers around that shift. And it wasn't just a willy-nilly first 2 weeks of school. Our supervisors and our academic coaches work together to provide resources for teachers to utilize. We're so excited. We have Challenge Day again this year for our secondary schools. For those who are not familiar with Challenge Day, I could take this whole presentation and talk about it, but I would encourage you to visit challengeday.org. We've already met with school leaders. We've already planned out when the challenge days will occur. Each school, middle and high school, will have 2 challenge days for targeted interventions and social emotional connections for students. Dr. Gilbert just shared about the Respect Week that we have had at all schools, and just to share that that wasn't always the case prior to my arrival, so we're very proud of that. The gaggle piece is a piece to help us with, understanding when students need assistance, right? If they're showing that need for assistance digitally, if they're showing an emotional trauma digitally, we're able to use Gaggle to help us to identify those students and get them the help that they need, especially in an emergent situation. Again, we've spoken again tonight. I won't focus on it, but we have climate and culture implementation plans, action plans that really include elements of social emotional learning and restorative justice at all of our schools. And this is the first time that we've taken that step to give that level of importance to restorative justice and SEL across our school district. And that's what we're really excited about. Again, you can see what we're doing here, and there's so many steps that we're taking, but we're really serious about our action plans here. And last but not least, the next district goal focuses on integration, our intentional integration initiative. And you can see here from the top of our sheet here, the specifics around this goal, about monitoring and recommending enhancements on the implementation of the algorithm, and trying to monitor and grow our intentional integration efforts. For those who don't know, we're almost at 1,600 kids in our district who've been placed in their current school who've been placed at their current school based on our intentional integration design. And so we're going to do a comprehensive evaluation of year 2 as we did year 1 last year, and that report's again available on our microsite within our website. And we're going to do some more data validation around the predetermination of enrollment population. So we know that sibling preferences and special needs and ELL can lead to a predetermined setting for students. And sometimes students get through the cracks and we have to make adjustments. We want to reduce the number of instances of that. And so we actually had a meeting today with our consultant and many team members around that. We talked about last year, the board brought to our attention again the need for us to continue to use surveys, and this survey would be used potentially to collect sibling preference information. Believe it or not, when you register your student, those who have registered kids in our district know that there's a screen that's a precursor to you registering that asks about your siblings and asks how, what age the siblings are, et cetera. And even with that kind of gatekeeper, we still have parents who we find out have siblings in the district that we weren't aware of. So we're just trying to add levels to that and triangulate that information, because it's so important that we know who has siblings when they're joining our district in these intentional integration grades, so that they can be placed in the same schools. Still working with our to continue our placement letters. I know this year, for our current school year, we were able to place our 6th graders by spring break, and our Rising K, they left. Our Rising K received theirs prior to the end of the school year, and we want to continue that trend. And you see there the surveys of families for their experiences of year 2 of intentional integration. We did not do that last year. It skipped through the cracks for us. So that's a real emphasis for us this year, to ensure that we record the families' experiences thus far in their integration journey. We're talking about getting a focus group of teachers who've been a part of the integration plan for the last 2 years to, again, add that qualitative data to this work. Of course, professional development goes without saying around the continued elevation and of our staff and their ability to engage with students who come from a demographic that they may not have had experience with before. So we're always trying to make sure that there is cultural competency and a working knowledge of how to best educate students from all backgrounds. Again, more anti-bias, anti-racist PD that speaks to my last statement, as well as restorative practices, continuing these partnerships. And we shared this, I believe, in a previous board meeting, but we are so excited to bring our SSEED professional development back to fruition this year. We have folks in-house who are experts, who've been to training all the way out in California and are going to help us to continue to spread that really strong SSEED PD across our school district. And so for our next steps, so we've already received some feedback through the board president from the board on these action plans. So these are living, breathing documents, right? They're not done. We always add to them as we're continuing this work. And so we'll include the detailed review of our sub goals. There are sub goals that are not a part, that exist beyond those goal titles that were on those sheets. And so the sub goals have suggestions that were part of the formal approved board district action plan. So we're going to make sure that we include and continue to review those suggestions. And these discussions, in case you didn't know how we manage this work, we have standing district goal and standing SLT meetings. And in those meetings, we focus in on this work. And in those district goal meetings, we may have other members of our community, of our school community outside of SLT as well, who have a hand in this work and continue to monitor it. And we will continue to share updates on our progress publicly. And that concludes the presentation. I'm very eager to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. We will start with Board Member Vadlamani.
So I had a question about the intentional integration and the action plans for that. And I'm sure you have it somewhere else, but I didn't see any line item for repopulating Delia Bolden School from K to 5, because I mean, it may be an easy one, it may not be an easy one, but it just seems like a very an important problem to solve as soon as possible, actually.
Yes, so we've had those discussions, and I've also reminded folks that the end result of all this work is that we're going to have K-5 elementary schools. Believe it or not, that kind of has gotten lost because some folks are so close to this, to the everyday operations of our schools. So yeah, that is going to be some more details that we add to our action plans. We're just still thinking through the best approach to do it, and the approach that would have the least negative impact, if you understand what I'm saying, right? Like, you don't want to have to displace kids, but to populate additional grades that are not currently in that school, you're going to have to have some students and staff members going to a different building. And so we're really giving that some thought and thinking about the most inclusive way to do it. And we think that this will also match the rebranding of Delia Bolden that we're undertaking as well. Like, it'll go hand in hand, but we'll definitely be updating it. Just looking at best practices and things that have occurred in other places that we can utilize.
Thank you. Board Member Whitler.
All of my questions, well, actually, I'll just keep it to one or two, but are centered around the intentional integration. And similarly to Board Member Vadlamani's statement around not having a plan or an action plan for Bolden, I didn't see an action plan for transportation, and I know that's obviously on everyone's radar, but it would be great if we could get an update on that as well. And then just two things. One more, just a comment. I know we're going to be conducting the experience surveys, and the timing for that is January, as we're also conducting just an extensive analysis around the integration program now that we're in our second year. And I do think it's really important to have the qualitative evidence in hand when that analysis is happening. I didn't know the timing of when the survey would be given, but there are things like, obviously we know transportation is something that people have spoken to us about, but there could be things that we're just unaware of that we should be on our radar screen. And then the last question, this is an actual question, for which I think is really wonderful that you're going to do the focus group with kindergarten teachers. Will that be kindergarten teachers representative from all of our elementary schools?
We'll invite them. We'll invite them all to come.
Okay.
Yeah. But your second question, I want to talk about that a little bit, because just the timing, right? The recent Board of School estimate discussion around transportation, it was preceded by the district goal development around transportation, right? So there's already seems to be momentum that could result in the transportation policy changing. And so I don't want to predict what that policy change may or may not be, but that would probably address that portion of the district goal. So all the work that we're doing, all the data that we're providing around transportation, it seems to be already moving and rolling independent of the actual action plan. And so it's my assumption that if there's a shift in policy, then that shift in policy would be the fulfillment of the action plan goal. And if I'm incorrect, I'd be more than happy to have some FFT conversations around that.
Thank you. Board Member Wingfield.
So I have two things. One centered around the CEL action plan, and then the other around the student achievement. So for the CEL restorative practice action plan, I think that one of the things that feels missing from the overall action plan is the district actually creating a plan to share with the Board of Education. I think that this is a carryover goal from last year that was embedded in a larger goal. And I think one of the pieces of feedback we shared was just the need for us to get a little bit more granular and specific around the district's pre-K to 12 plan. And so, not to get overly transactional, obviously every activity that you've listed in here is part of a plan. But I think that the board, the feedback that we shared last summer was that we wanted to see, something akin to a code of conduct type plan that really lays out the tier 1, 2, and 3 approach to restorative justice that talks about the infrastructure building in the early grades, the community circles, the professional development, what's the role of kids, staff members, and families in this plan? And what does it look like from the earliest seedlings of the capacity building all the way up to the most sort of serious uses of this as a tool to repair, more serious types of harm? And so that felt missing from here, and would love to see a revise or an add on that. And then this is feedback for both, but I'll sort of center this around the student achievement. I'm trying not to get into semantics because I think there's really some substance here, but I'm struggling with the last column around indicators of success, because for me, it feels like artifacts. And I think it's important to note that this is where we would go and this is what we would look to, right? We would look at sign-in sheets, we would look at student data. But what I feel like is missing here is, what is it that the district hopes or expects to see in the student data, right? So obviously the goal is the goal, and we in no way, shape, or form want to hold you to essentially what would be like a theory of action, right? Like, we don't want you to go and say that if we expand humanities classes, we would expect to see an increase in humanities course accumulation by 25%, right? That's not the goal. And we don't want to create a scenario where, you didn't meet that, like, we can't give you a satisfactory rating on this. But the C&I committee in particular wants to partner in a meaningful way with the district. And I think that the more you can let us into what you would hope to see, even if it's broad, I think the better we can support you in those C&I committee meetings where we actually say, like, hey, it's February, let's take a peek into the humanities pass rates versus the regular 9th grade English, and see, like, do we see a pattern here, as you in your action plan said that you hope to? So in a revise or a return to this, it would be great to see a little bit more thinking in the indicators of success around what you expect to see in some of these artifacts, so that as we go along the year and partner with you, we can look with you and see, was it true? Was it not true? Why not? And sort of take that inquiry approach in partnership with you.
Great feedback. Thank you. And I definitely, one of the things that I'm so pleased with this year is that these goals, because they cross over departments, our leaders, our assistant soups of access and equity and special services and C&I are taking a real team approach in working with me on these goals. And so we'll make note of those recommendations, because the code of conduct approach to an SEL restorative justice piece, or a design of a plan that lists out what the most likely outcomes would be from things. I'm thinking that part of what being thought partners, and maybe we'll take this to one of our committee discussions coming up, is that our code of conduct already has a restorative justice component to it. It's a tiered approach. So it seems like one of the considerations could be consolidating this into a singular document that's easy to follow, where it's a code of conduct, restorative justice, restorative practices, and SEL could be almost like an operational responsive document that could replace the code of conduct eventually, possibly. So thank you for that comment. We'll give that a look, because it seems like we already have maybe a home that makes sense for that.
Thank you. Board Member Malaspina?
Hi, yes, two things. Sorry, my dog might be barking in the background, so you might get some Luna barking. But two things. I want to echo what Board Member Wingfield said. As the CNI committee, there was detail. We wrote in some details into the action plan as to what we would like to see, and I think some of those things are missing, and I'm hoping that we can maybe discuss in our next meeting on how we can address those and talk about that, because I think she made some very good points. I want to talk a little about Gaggle. As a person who's spent my career in educational technology, I have numerous concerns about Gaggle. And the rest of the CNI committee and I have expressed some of our concerns during the meeting, including privacy issues and the fact that many of the students who only have access to the school computers are minorities and thus more affected by the monitoring. There are more details in the committee meeting, so I won't go into all the concerns now, but I understand that it's under the threshold required for a BOE vote, but I think the public and the BOE as a whole should fully understand what this product does before using it under the banner of social emotional learning. Gaggle uses an algorithm, AI, to flag references to sex, drugs, violence, other words that might be concerning. Every email, every document under the school flag is interacting using a district account is scanned for potential troubling words. Once the algorithm flags one of those keywords within a child's email, school assignments, or other issue items on the school device, it goes through a virtual desk of a Gaggle monitor, who then decides whether or not they believe it to be a problem. Then it's raised to school officials, who then at times may or may not involve the police in the matter. Gaggle surveillance model promises safety, and there's a lot of testimony stating how it has saved lives, and I'm not saying it hasn't. It most likely has. But if you're going to move forward, I believe we must let students and parents know about this surveillance and what is going to be done with the data that is collected with it. I have concerns that we are falling into a falsehood that AI technology is needed to keep students safe. Our students are struggling. No one is saying that is not the case. But paying more than $30K for software that a quick Google search shows that it's not without some controversy gives me great pause. When I craft the goal SEL, I never thought that one of the actions would be to purchase this software. And I ask that we as a district hold off implementing it until we understand the unintended consequences that might come from it.
Thank you for that. And I know we had a great conversation in committee about it, right? And we had a difference of opinion regarding, and we also had the experts from Gaggle there who took all the questions from the committee firsthand, right? And were able to respond. They are the industry leader, you know, and there's no challenging that when it comes to this work. I won't talk about some of the details that you shared, because I don't think that this is the platform or time for us to do it, but I'm open to have more conversations in our committees. What I would say is that for any of this work that we're doing, the most vulnerable student, the student who cries out for help in the middle of the night, early in the morning, we want to make sure that that student is always heard. And we understand privacy issues, and so does Gaggle. And I think that what you laid out as far as the process for if a student is deemed to be in trouble because of an email that they send on their district device, having a timely review and response is immense for us, right? And the best part of this piece is that at the end of all of whatever review occurs, it comes to our leadership team, for the final review before any steps are taken to intervene in any student who's believed to be in a traumatic circumstance. And I think one thing that was shared in our committee meeting was if one student is saved by our investment in this, then it's paid for a millionfold. So I respect your opinion, and I know your expertise in the area of technology and matters of software. I respect it and I appreciate it, but I disagree. But I'd be happy to discuss it further in committee.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Board Member Telesford?
Sorry, I'm having some issues with WebEx. My audio okay?
It's very hard to hear you. I don't know if you can
Um,
talk louder or move closer.
I'll try moving closer.
That's much better.
All right. I saw that in a lot of the columns for the action plan, there are like indicators of success revolve around data. Can you kind of detail what role do you think, I guess, the data committee or the work that we'll do will be for, I guess, generating those reports? Because I know we've had some discussions about what we want to make digestible to the board that we can share with the board and also with the public at large.
I think it's going to be great for us. We had our second data committee meeting, as you know, as the chair, and we brought the team and we discussed and broke down the type of reports that would support evidence for the district goals. Some, of course, just by design, have many more data pieces than others. If you're comparing CNI and SEL to facilities, of course, there's a big difference there in the number of data points, you know, and so I think that as we continue to go down the road of our data committees, we will get to the point of being able to finalize how those reports look, how sophisticated we can make them, and also how simple we can make them to show the connections. And we look forward, we took the outcome of our last committee meeting, and we'll be working on that for future data committee meetings to share eventually with the applicable committees, CNI, FFT, et cetera, examples of those reports that we're going to generate. And it's not just push and go on Power School for a report, but being able to add multiple quantitative and qualitative measures into a presentation that offers evidence of success or of still ongoing challenges in especially in the CNI area.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Siders?
Thank you. One thing I'd like to mention is, or make a correction on, is during CNI, when we had our presentation about gaggle, and one of the concerns expressed was not necessarily about minority students being impacted by this. Our conversation was around the socioeconomic impact of being able to monitor students who are using district devices. And I don't think that's a minority issue, which I kind of feel is like outdated language, but it's more about students who have access to their own personal devices versus students who have district devices. And I think that's more accurately reflect at least the concern that I stated in that meeting. Most of the questions that I had about this presentation I did present to exec committee, and Dr. Taylor, you did receive some of the questions that I have. There were two things that I just wanted to uplift, and one was around the expanding or making a more comprehensive INRS process for at our secondary school levels. I feel like that is definitely an opportunity for us that when you get to the secondary school levels and trying to provide those interventions and supports, it's more complex than it is at the elementary school level. And I think that's been a gap within our district for quite some time. So I'm glad to see that we're going to be focusing on that. The other item that I was really excited about was I think it was called the mandatory educator process for struggling students. And in CNI, we talk a lot about accountability and how do we make sure that the adults in the buildings are accountable to our students who are struggling, that making sure that we not only make supports and interventions optional in terms of a student has to have that gumption, that need to want to seek out the support, but that we push it to them, almost like you don't have a choice. Either we see that you're struggling, we're trying to help you. So I'm really excited about that piece, and we can talk more about it at CNI in 11 days, but I'm really interested in the criteria being used to determine what is a struggling student. I'm assuming that criteria is going to be based on grades, but maybe there are other factors that can be used as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And thank you for that clarification around gaggle. And one thing that I would add to the clarification is this would only impact students as they use their school district accounts, not even just their device, right? Because if I'm on my device and I'm not interacting with a school district account, then no review would occur over things that I'm sending through my school district email, right? And we also as a district control what we're asking assistance in monitoring. So thank you for that clarification. And I think that one important thing about the mandatory piece is it's also helping to just provide clarity. If I'm a teacher and the student is failing, what should I do? What should be the steps that all teachers in those circumstances should engage in? And I think that is what really the meat of that goal is. And if I'm an administrator and I can look at my Power School piece and I can see at a certain time of the year or even prior to that, that I have 300 students who are failing a class or 300 failures in a loop, I should already be made aware of that. And I should also have an intuition over the mandatory steps that all the teachers in my school are doing to, interact or shift or engage or offer interventions so I think that part of it is just the clarity of expectations that having a progress report that reflects poor grades is an example of a lever, but we can go deeper into things that are best practices, data driven, things that we can bring to the district, and that's part of what this district goal is doing.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. I guess I'm last, but I had some questions by email, and I know that you'll be coming back to us with responses, and some of them were brought up tonight. So thank you. I guess the next thing on the agenda is the president's update, and I have an update from the board president that I can read tonight. The Njsba Workshop is coming up. Members of the board and administration will be in Atlantic City next week for the annual Njsba Workshop, the first one in person since 2019. There are plenty of interesting topics of interest and speakers. Additionally, this year there are multiple keynote speakers, including the Acting Commissioner of Education and former SOMSD Principal, Dr. Angelica Allen McMillan. Board President Joshua looks forward to trading stories with his colleagues about best practices and other insights gained from the panels and networking with fellow board members throughout the state. School-based youth services plans. One of the topics that will be discussed at the workshops is the state's proposal for changes to school-based youth service plans. The board is aware of the state initial plan to revamp school-based youth service plans. Dr. Taylor, through the AASA, the School Superintendents Association, has begun initial advocacy work to ensure that whatever changes are made are as seamless as possible for districts to implement. Board President Joshua is committed to working with school board members throughout the state via NJSBA to collectively advocate for a seamless transition to the process. The public comment period on the state's proposal ends tomorrow, October 21st, and we encourage citizens to submit comments as well. Transportation. The Board of School Estimate met on October 6th to have preliminary discussions about the possibility of more funding for increased transportation, as outlined in our district and board goals. Board President thanks his colleagues on the Board of School Estimate for a very productive meeting. Video of the meeting is available on our YouTube channel and the district website. They also discussed an update on transportation during the October FFT meeting. Board Member Vadlamani will share more as he is able to during the readout. One more reminder that there are topics related to our transportation discussion that cannot be had in public at this time due to outstanding litigation. COVID testing. Thank you to the district for the continuing partnership with MetaMobile to make free COVID testing available every Wednesday here at the district meeting room. Anyone who lives or works in Soma is eligible to get tested. And that is the board president's statement. Let me just see, I think the next thing on the agenda, we already did the student rep report, is the board president's statement and the hearings of individuals and delegations. So let me pull that up. Okay. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment and in many cases a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent of schools, chief school administrator, CSA. If the superintendent of schools or CSA is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board and committee work with the administration and the superintendent to assure that the members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with the other board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. Hearings of individuals and delegations. Please note that public speaks is not a time for dialogue with the Board of Education. It is an opportunity for you to share a comment with the Board of Education. In addition, by law, administration and Board of Education members are not permitted to publicly discuss personnel matters, student discipline, or other issues requiring confidentiality. While we may not respond to comments, all input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. I think I have one more thing to read from the board president. Okay, for public speaks, the board requests that you state your name and the town of your residence for the record. We will set the time to 3 minutes for each speaker, and we ask that you respect the limit. We must cut you off so that it does not appear as if we are giving anyone an advantage to share their views over another individual. Speakers have the full protection of free speech during public speaks. However, this forum does not protect you from the subject of your free speech pursuing libel or slander charges. Finally, the board recommends that all members of the community pursue the chain of command. So we had one person sign up in person. I think it's Vanessa Flyer, but I think she left. I think she signed up online as well. So I guess Mr. Bonds, I've never done this before, but do we want to just go through the spreadsheet? Okay. The first audio public speaks is from Vanessa Flyer. Is she present?
I'm present. See. Okay, hello.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Vanessa Flyer. I live in South Orange. My son, who is in kindergarten, has an IEP and is in an inclusion classroom that still does not have a special education teacher. His classroom has 5 children with IEPs out of a total of 17 students. My son, who is autistic, struggles with sensory processing and auditory processing disorder. He needs frequent breaks out of the classroom, which helps him regulate, and he needs to be monitored closely for signs of overwhelm, otherwise he has meltdowns. When his classroom is overwhelming, his frustration and anxiety can cause him to have a meltdown. During meltdowns, he becomes unaware of his surroundings. He can start hitting, screaming, kicking, and he can run away. Children with IEPs, like my son, need the extra support of a special education teacher who is trained to help with their accommodations as outlined in their IEPs. Without this necessary support, special needs children are not set up for success, and neither is the classroom or the teachers. We really need special education teachers in the inclusion classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. The next audio public speaks is from Shannon Cuttle.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Maplewood resident and former BOE member. So October is Bullying Awareness Month, so I just want to acknowledge that and the importance of Bullying Awareness Month, and know that we need to highlight that in our community, and also at the same time know that more than 52% of LGBT students, according to the Trevor Project, a national LGBT organization, has said that students feel unsafe at school, and that more than 350 anti-LGBT legislation since January of 2022 and has been introduced, and how that impacts our students and families. So today is also Spirit Day. And so we go purple for Spirit Day. Purple is also for Bullying Awareness Month. So I encourage all of us to go purple for Bullying Awareness Month. The Spirit Day was created by Brittany McMillan, a student in Canada in 2010, who was an ally to her LGBT friends, and then it became something I picked up from GLAAD, a national LGBT organization that spearheaded continuing that effort, and how it is so important, inclusively right now, that we support LGBT students and families, and also including our staff, and in the importance of allowing that we are speaking out and we're being upstanders for LGBT plus students, staff, and families, that we are being advocates for them, not just as allies on outside of the school community, but in our school community. And I know that in SOMSD, we have made a commitment. So every year we have supported Spirit Day, and I would be remiss to say that this would be the day that we would have not supported that. But every single day, we need to support our LGBTQ plus students, staff, and families, and it now more than ever. And thank you so much. And I hope that we can continue to work together to make this to be something that's inclusive and affirming and safe schools for all students and families. Thank you.
Thank you. The next audio public speaks is from Daniel Goslink.
Hi, this is Megan and Dan Goslink, and we live in Maplewood.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, we're commenting on the same topic as Miss Flyers. Our 4th grade student at Clinton Elementary School has been in an inclusion class without an inclusion teacher since the first day of school on September 7th. He has an IEP for other health impairment, for inattentive ADHD, oppositional defiance disorder, and auditory processing disorder. And every day that we have sent him to school this year, the district has not delivered the services that his IEP says he should be getting. So we're here to request that the district do more to hire inclusion teachers and get inclusion teachers into our students' classrooms, as well as a secondary request that the special services department set a goal to communicate better with parents. On the night of September 7th at 8:01 p.m., we received an email from the Assistant Superintendent for Special Services telling families in our classroom that there would be no inclusion teacher in our class. That was 12 hours before school was supposed to start for the first day of this school year. As parents who are trying to prepare your child for their new school year when they have an IEP, that was very upsetting news to receive. And despite repeated attempts to get in touch with the assistant superintendent, we have never had a response to any of our outreach. It also took from September 7th to October 12th before we were able to get the elementary supervisor and our child's case manager to have a meeting with us. So we did go through the chain of command as was advised earlier. Our child was extremely successful last year thanks to the wonderful work of his inclusion teacher, and I am happy to say her name here, Jenna Berniston at Clinton Elementary School. She was able to regulate him to provide what he needed as indicated in his IEP, help him to focus, help him to process what was being said, and make so many accommodations for him. And he is no longer getting that. And now every day it is a struggle to get him to school. He does not want to go to school because he's not being set up for success. And I just want to say that this has nothing to do with the general education teacher. She is a veteran teacher, and we have learned that she is teaching a class of 26 students. 8 of those children have IEPs, and there is no inclusion teacher in that class. There is a sub. We have also learned that the sub is frequently pulled from her classroom to sub in other classrooms, leaving her completely unsupported. So we really need the district to address these inclusion teacher issues, as well as the responsiveness of the special services department to parents.
Thank you. The next and last audio public speaks is from Kate Travers.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kate Travers and I live in Maplewood. My child is in first grade at Clinton Elementary. Echoing many other parents here, he has an IEP that he received when he transitioned out of early intervention to the district at age 3. He has several different kinds of disabilities. This year, he's had no special ed teacher in his inclusion classroom since day 1. His teacher was reassigned to another classroom the night before the first day of school after he had gone to bed, due to another district classroom not having a special ed teacher. He had worked with this specific teacher over the summer in ESY to literally help the transition. So he knew her, he had planned to see her. We had a very clear plan in place. We had prepared him in this specific way because of his social emotional IEP. Obviously, we did not start off the year in a good way. Throughout the year, both through his STAR Renaissance testing data, as well as through his social emotional behavior, not only flagged by us, but certainly flagged by the school and his teacher, who is not the special ed teacher, but the one who is handling the entire class, with some different subs that are coming week by week, as well as the 6 other students who are special ed students who are also not receiving special education support, that he is struggling. He has started urinating on himself in school. He has started school refusal. He is disparaging himself, calling himself stupid. What's wrong with me? I'm garbage. These never happened. These things never occurred before this year. So I would ask for you all to take all of this testimony to heart. These special education children, they're babies. He's 6. This is a problem. And you know, the most necessary needs for the people who need the most attention are not getting it. And obviously there's a problem throughout the district. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our audio public speaks. Dr. Taylor, would you care to respond?
Oh, most definitely. To our 3 parents who shared so thoughtfully the challenges that their families are experiencing because of the lack of a special needs inclusion teacher. Please know this is not for lack of effort. We've kept the board updated on this since the summer. The challenge of the teacher shortage that every school district in our state is probably experiencing and across the country. It's the highest of priorities for us. HR and our special services department have been working tirelessly to not only, cover the classes, but cover them thoughtfully, depending upon each teacher's expertise. and their backgrounds, and also heavily recruiting. Many spaces you'll see in our agenda tonight and the agendas the last few months, we are bringing many teachers to our Board of Education for approval, and our Board of Education has even allowed us to offer folks basically employment with the confirmation from the board coming later, so we can continue to be competitive. There are times when we, again, even go beyond the normal guideline salary placement for special education teachers because they're in such demand across the region. And we're being outbid, and we're going through bidding wars for teachers because there's just a shortage, and we don't use that as an excuse. We are just working really, really hard. I know that Ms. Bedine, our assistant special services, worked one-on-one with each of our principals to make really tough decisions about covering classes based on vacancies and leave replacements and those type of things. And so we understand, and we're not resting on our laurels. I know we filled the majority of our vacancies, but we still have some, as have been noted, and we're doing all we can to fill them. And we're working through our different partnerships with we advertise as many places as we can find throughout the state for these really important vacancies. So we acknowledge what you're saying, and we want you to know that we're not sitting here not doing this by choice. We're filling these vacancies as soon as we can, and sometimes it becomes very frustrating for us as well because we'll have a deal with a teacher, a candidate, and the board will approve that person and they'll back out, right? And so those pieces make us just have to continue to drive and work and know that your voices are definitely heard. And some of those shifts the night before or days before were based on just the most awful of decisions, right? Having some classes that have 2 teachers and other self-contained classes that have no teacher. And we as a school district have to ensure that we have certified teachers in front of every class. And so when it comes down to the last decision that has to be made to cover, those were some of the decisions that had to be made. And we, of course, would have vastly preferred to not do that, but we have to have coverage for every class. So thank you for telling your stories, and it just gives us even more drive to continue this work. To former board member Cuddle, thank you as always for sharing your thoughtful advocacy around October being Bullying Awareness Month and Spirit Color of Purple. Thank you so much for sharing that. Those are all of my responses.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Now we move on to committee reports. I thought we could go in alphabetical order unless anyone wants to go first. Okay, then I will hand it off to Board Member Siders for CNI.
Hello. So CNI met on October 10th. A lot of what we discussed during our meeting has been discussed at this meeting tonight, so I'm just going to be jumping around trying to touch on things that weren't discussed. Under special services on November 7th, the New Jersey Department of Education conducted a walkthrough of the district and in the provider pre-K programs. They have many compliments about both types of program in our district. As was mentioned earlier, the district is taking a comprehensive look at INRS and the levels of support to ensure that all students are receiving the same level of support. Can't talk with this mask on. Okay. The Special Services Department also conducted a survey over the summer. Many people responded, and currently the department is analyzing that data. Under access and equity, a Halloween memo and communique was sent to all school leaders and President's Council. I believe the decision this year was to not make any changes in how schools celebrate or acknowledge Halloween. Dr. Gilbert also mentioned that they're in a process of developing that III survey that they hope to start rolling out, I believe, in February of 2023. Under policies, we have one policy up for first read, and it's for high school graduation. There are two policies up for second read, Title I, I think it's maybe Title I, School Parent Family Engagement. I feel like I'm missing something there. And Every Student Succeeds Act. For approvals are book adoptions, field trips. We also discussed in our meeting what we're calling our CNI request log. That's where we document all questions that we receive regarding CNI issues. And the next step for the committee is to take a look at those items and prioritize and assign due dates. We also have a similar log for policies. And this afternoon, I did send out the agenda for our November meeting, which is on November 1st in 11 days. We will hopefully be reviewing 10 policies. We'll also be discussing an overview of the dyslexia screening process, a discussion of our restorative practice goal action plans, and probably student achievement action plans as well. And also discussion of the district's gifted and talented process, including taking a look at the policy. Any questions for me?
I have
Yes.
a couple, well, I think just a clarification regarding Halloween, that there's no
Yes.
district-wide change in how Halloween is being handled.
I
I
thought that,
believe, that's what you said, but
Yes.
but it doesn't mean that there may not be
that
other
the
changes.
changes at a school.
At schools,
Correct.
right,
Correct.
Thank you. And I just
Thank
wanted
you.
to thank you. I know since you said there would be 10 policies next month, for your diligence in doing the policy work for CNI and trying to wrap things up in your last couple of board meetings here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone have questions? Okay. FFT?
As you heard in the president's update, we had the Board of School Estimates meeting, at the beginning of the month. And one of the data points that they had asked for as the committee, everyone on the Board of School Estimates was, what is the transportation data? And so we actually, on October 15th is when the district does a snapshot of enrollment data, and that also one of the other pieces that they pull out is also I think it's called the TRS report, which is a transportation data, and both of these have been snapped. It takes some time to work, and at some point we will have that to be presented to obviously the board itself and BOSE, so that we can pull out some information from there. And just so that you know, I have attached last year's enrollment data as well as both the reports in the FFT minutes, so people can go take a look at that and figure out how that can be useful. The second thing, obviously, one of the most important topics we've been talking about is the transportation policy, and we wanted to get a consensus. So on the Board of School Estimates, there was a kind of convergence on two options that were possible. One would be greater than 1 mile for kindergarten K to 5 and 1.5 miles and above for middle school. And there was a second choice that people wanted was 1.5 miles above for middle school. For elementary school and nothing for middle school. That basically means it stays as is. So we spoke about it in the committee itself, and we came to a consensus. And now the next step is to kind of reach out to everyone on the board, kind of pull that in, so that way what are the next steps, right? So once we have some kind of a consensus, we reach back to the business office, who will go back, crunch some numbers, and come back with real estimates, right? And then from there we can see with what numbers we need to take to the BOSE and raise more money. That's the kind of the next steps. One thing to clarify, we cannot draw from the capital or the maintenance reserve to pay for transportation. It has to be from the budget. So I just wanted to clarify that. The next thing we spoke about was the hazardous routes process. And we currently have a process, but it is not a documented process. It happens in some way. So we wanted to first document what should be the process itself and what would be the entry points for triggering that process. And so that way what happens is, maybe if a parent comes up and says, hey, I'm I'm throwing an example out. Springfield Avenue is a hazardous route. What should I do about it? So there would be a process that you could go through. And also the business office has reached out to a professional company which will come out and actually do an assessment based on all the police data. They have a whole checklist of things to do, and they have a cost associated with that, and the cost is not something significant. So that's something we will be using if and when we need to designate something that's hazardous. And also another thing to clarify is that all of this work is being done for school year 2023 and 2024. This is not for any time before that. We had a bunch of questions from board members. One was about the MMS roof leak, and based on Mr. On the business office, I mean, they've gone and patched it to the best extent right now. I mean, obviously, we know that there's going to be a big long-range facilities plan happening for middle schools. The bidding process is sometime coming up soon, so that's the long-term process. But till then, we can do that. Construction update, there was one question that came up from the board, is to see how much of the 10% overage that we have in the long range facilities plan has been used up, because we've clearly gone and used some of it. So the question is, what report is how much of that have we used up? Another question came from the board was on the interest rates. I mean, given that we have high interest rates now, inflation, is that impacting our debt services and all that stuff? And the good answer here is no, it is not, because the business office did a fantastic job, went back and refinanced all our existing loans and also all the tranches we have for lending out at a very, very low fixed rate. So none of the interest rate moves are impacting us. One final question on again construction is that, are we late in our middle school projects? So the answer is, I guess we've never really talked about this public. Is the answer is, based on the schedule that we've created ever since we've gotten into long-range facilities plan, the answer is no. We are on track and moving along. There may have been some rough estimates put out way before, maybe in 2019 or 2018, before COVID hit. And so, maybe compared to those, we may be a little off. But as of now, we are moving as per schedule. We had a quick conversation on the baseball booster sponsors, figuring out, should we allow them? Because there is the new policy says that you have to come to the board if you want to put up any signage in the school. And they had a few questions on how to go about that, and we clarified some of that. And everyone universally agreed that not to have any alcohol advertisements, because there was one sponsor who was obviously a liquor shop, and we were like, no, sorry, you can't do that. One more thing, lots of interesting things. Okay, I'm so sorry, I'm continuing on. Is that the district is required to hire a demographer every 4 years. And we need to have a report that says our district, school districts, this is the demographic information, so many, whatever, based on all these different criteria. So we had a couple of people come in and bid for it, and they'll go through an extensive report, and at some point they'll come back and present to the board, and obviously we'll, hopefully we'll be able to look at that and kind of pull some information out of that. And unfortunately, unlike the diligent CNI people, I mean, we just have one policy that we looked at. I mean, and we ready for first aid. There was like eye protection. There was one for student use of vehicles, but there was some back and forth on that. It's on for first aid. Fantastic. So we have some
information.
Correct. So we have only two, and so we're losing that race. We'll hopefully catch up next time. That's it for FFT.
Does anyone have any questions, board member?
No, it's more just a point of clarification. And since we're the only two FFT members here, we might need Dr. Taylor to weigh in. So I was just under the impression that the hazardous route evaluation process would go into effect in this school year. And I just, at the end, you said 23, 24, but I didn't know if that meant everything that you had just mentioned ahead of that.
No, good thing to clarify. I mean, the process will be defined right now. We'll come up with the process right now. We will probably go through the process as it takes. But it's unlikely that the designations will go in March or April. It's unlikely. I mean, because the way I see it is that the process itself is going to be pretty lengthy. It's not going to be something that can be turned around in a couple of weeks. Or maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe it will be. At least based on what I understand. yeah, we can come up with a policy very quickly. Now we can come back to, in the next 3 weeks maybe, right? But then once that triggering happens, and then we need to pick a person to kind of, put out a bid, get person in, give them all these maybe 10 different routes that can potentially be hazardous, get a report back, and then get busing from there. Because I mean, even if we designate something as hazardous, there's a few clarifications, right? So, okay, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I guess it's more from a legal perspective, and I think that was the follow-up we were supposed to get from, not for this meeting, but to have clarification around once a request comes in, at which point do we have to, what's defined by statute?
So, I'll let you clarify, but based on what I understand is that if something is designated as hazardous, we have to provide busing for that. So, that much I think I'm very clear on.
We can't hear what's being said. I'm sorry.
So sorry, I just don't know what I am and I'm not allowed to say, but I know you'll stop me. So the request comes in from a parent. How much time legally are we allowed to wait before doing a hazardous route evaluation, if that makes sense? So what is the legal statute of amount of time that this needs to be conducted by?
Sure. I'm not aware, and I can look into this, but I'm not aware if there's any particular amount of time that you have to implement it. Usually in your policy, you designate what routes are hazardous, so they're already predetermined based upon that process that you go through and all of that. So right now, the district has a process, it's just not been formally memorialized, and I think part of your policy discussions will be looking at that internal process, seeing if you want to add it, supplement to it, change it, whatnot, and then memorialize it in that policy, right? And what was being said was, once you have that policy then solidified. So right now, the practice is, even before the policy is in place, parent can notify the district and say, I think that my child resides along a hazardous route. The superintendent can look at the policy and may say, that route is not listed as a hazardous route. So now we have to determine, is it? And you would implement that informal process, which would take some time to make that assessment. As far as using the new criteria, let's say you supplement it or modify it, it would take even more time because you haven't even yet stated what that would be going forward, if that makes sense.
Just to clarify, there isn't like, if you request a meeting within, your IEP team, there's like a certain number of days you have. There's nothing like that for hazardous routes.
No.
I don't think.
Not to my understanding.
Any more? Not in the policy. Any more FFT questions?
Yes, I do. I have it.
Okay.
I have a point of clarification. I need it to be known that I am not involved in any of the decisions related to busing. So, when Arun, Board Member Vadmalani stated that, we would be going to all the board members, that does not include me in those discussions at all related to busing. Though I do have a question that I think I can ask. Please tell me if I'm overstepping in any way, shape, or form. I don't think I am, but I don't know where the line is. We know that the 15th has happened. Can you give us a rough estimate of when we should know what our numbers are in terms of how many kids we have versus how many seats we have open on buses and stuff like that? I know that that's been a question.
That is part of public information. So, I can't imagine that being held back from you. The DTRS report tells you exactly how many kids are bused currently. As of the snapshot date. So you have the one from 2021 from last year, and that should tell you exactly what's happening. And also in the Board of School Estimates, Mr. Burnside, when he made the presentation, he actually had numbers broken down there exactly, saying so many kids, like for example, I think it's 770 kids for K to 5. If you choose 1 mile and above, that corresponds to X% increase. That corresponds to so many dollars and so on. that's there. It's publicly.
No,
Can I chime in?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Taylor.
Yeah, so I think that what Malaspina's question is the capacity of the buses, right? That,
Yeah.
right, so I don't think we've gotten from our vendor yet their capacity review over number of seats available on the routes. Mr. Burnside, am I mistaken?
No, you are correct.
Okay, so we haven't received it yet, but we do have the timestamp of course, October 15th, but we're waiting on an analysis because, well, all the stuff that was said in the board of school estimate that, just because a seat is empty doesn't mean it's not assigned, right? So that's what we're doing. We're waiting on that review. And just because that particular bus is running that route, it could be that that bus is assigned, but because they don't have any other smaller buses. And so it might not be that big bus for the whole year. Just all that kind of detail stuff. We're waiting on that analysis based on that date. So thank you for following up on it.
Yeah, that's what I was basically asking for, is when we thought we would have that analysis. So do we have like a rough estimate, or are we still just?
We'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I think
Any more FFT questions? Okay, we'll move on to personnel.
All right, the Personnel Committee met on October 11th for about an hour. We got a district staffing update, in particular with a focus on special education, where Ms. Budine provided a status report on all of our current vacancies and the recruitment efforts. Presently, there are 8 teachers, 2 related services, and 2 CST vacancies, while she and her administrative team are steadily working to fill all the openings. They're currently utilizing contracted staff services as well as enlisting aides from other district teachers. The number of vacancies is decreasing, and special education staff members and district teachers are working together to support and cover the needs of our students. And this remains the highest priority for all staffing right now. We got a search update for director position, the director of curriculum instruction, and the director of access and equity. We're using the Hazard, Young, and Atia and Associates HYA search firm to oversee and vet candidates for both of these director positions. They expect to be able to provide candidates for further review by the end of this month. Senior leadership will review all the recommendations and inform our committee members about the interview process. Ms. Robinson shared information about sabbatical leaves as noted in the SEMEA agreement. The committee will review and note any concerns in our upcoming meeting. The committee members agreed to have quarterly tenure acknowledgement events starting later this year, sometime in the winter, and a culmination in the end of the year to celebrate a milestone, the milestone of tenure, and celebrate our teachers more widely. In new business, committee members reviewed a number of submitted questions concerning topics such as new staff orientation, district tours, monthly staff meetings, utilizing teachers in job fairs, as well as leadership and mentoring opportunities for teachers. The committee will continue to review and discuss submitted questions in our upcoming meetings when all of our committee members can be present. Ms. Robinson shared updates on the Aspiring Leadership Program. The program is in its second year with many folks returning to the program as well as new program participants. As a committee, we were extremely pleased with the response to the new program in its second year and the upcoming events planned for this year. Finally, we reviewed personnel agenda items that we'll be voting on this evening, item 4357A through H. We reviewed a number of appointments, transfers, reassignments, salary adjustments, stipends, separations, and retirements. And in particular, we reviewed the upcoming retirement of Ms. Robinson, who's not in the room anymore, which we were personally very sad to hear, and also very, very happy for her as she transitions into retirement. So congratulations, Ms. Robinson, and we will miss you very much. That's it for personnel. Any questions?
Two questions, right? I mean, does the BOE get any sabbatical leaves? That would be nice. So now the real question, right? I mean, do we have a formal succession plan for the senior leadership team? Because most companies obviously have it, and I'm wondering if we have one.
Dr. Taylor, did you hear the question?
I did, and so I guess we take them as they come. Part of one of the unfortunate pieces of senior leadership team, even though we love working with each other, just the general organic nature of the position are folks who are close to transitioning within 5 to 10 years, right? That's just part of what, if you elevate yourself to those terminal positions, a lot of times that's the goal. So that's why we keep a cadre of contacts, whether it be, my organization, NJASA, or Mr. Burnside's organization, NJASBO, all those contacts across the state, as well as you heard from our committee chair, HYA, we keep those contacts at our fingertips in case we need to consider folks who are moving on or moving to well-deserved retirements. So that's our plan, as always, and we're always honest with each other, right? And it's kind of the trade-off that you receive when you hire great people, and especially those who have put in so many years in the state of New Jersey. So we understand, and it's a part of the process of managing SLT, is that we know that good folks are going to go to well-deserved next steps.
Yeah, and just as a follow-up, I would say a couple of things. I'm encouraged by the creation of the director positions for both of those roles. One of them is just a backfill, but I think having folks in director positions just this year, seeing our director matriculate up into an assistant superintendent position, I think that's would be a goal of a district, to be able to grow from within and be able to hire that talent. And I also think, while there's been some feedback in the community and maybe some concern expressed around some members of our SLT moving on, I also think that it's only natural for folks who get into those positions. They're ambitious folks who are, wanting to move up in their careers, and to be able to seek positions, whether it's superintendency or something else. I think that that's a natural evolution for folks who seek those positions. But I do think that having a bench of folks who are that sort of next line, which it seems like the district is beginning to build out, is a great plan, so that we've got folks who have that institutional knowledge inside of the district already.
That's a great point, Chair Wingfield. And that was part of the redesign of central office, right? At one point, we only had one person working in the registrar's office, right? And we had one person who was over registration and HR, without an HR director. So building that bench, but doing it in a thoughtful and financially conscious way as well. And it does allow us to have, a strong team with folks who have a strong support team in case transitions occur, or even illnesses that can occur.
Thank you. Any other personal questions?
Yeah, yes, I do. Was there discussion of out of the box thinking or different ways to deal with the heartbreaking discussions we heard tonight from our parents related to special ed? I understand as an educator the problems that we're facing, but it was heartbreaking to hear tonight. I'm just wondering if there were discussions had around different ways that we're doing. I know, Dr. Taylor, you spoke about some, but I don't know if there was others that you might want to highlight.
Yeah, there were a lot. I mean, I think that Ms. Bedine not only sharing that with our committee, but also shared it with CPAC during our quarterly meeting, and her ongoing conversations with them. But I'll just give you just a few to fill the gaps. We know at the secondary level, the coverage is easier because kids already see 5 or 6 teachers a day, right? And so, as you see on your agenda, we have teachers who are getting paid a 6th period to fill in those gaps for students at the secondary level. it's much more difficult at the elementary level because, of course, students don't move as much. And one thing that we heard from a couple of the parents is that there is a person in their classroom besides their general education teacher, but that person is a leave replacement person who's a generalist, right? And so some of those pieces are, we're able to provide support for the teacher, but it's not the support that we, of course, would be customarily familiar with. And again, some of the things that Ms. Badine also shared were partnerships, right? You always approve over the last few years partnerships with other entities that provide us with staffing for special services, whether it be support staff or instructors or service providers. And so we are going through those partnerships, and we're using them, multiple ones to support us as we're continuing to fill vacancies.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Any other personnel questions? Okay, I will move on to policy. The policy committee met on October 11th for about 2 hours. We had a presentation from Ms. Quadrado regarding a master policy tracking sheet that she developed to aid the committee and the district in policy management. The spreadsheet will also track whether a policy needs regulations, whether the regulations are developed, and whether the policy has any annual reporting requirements. The spreadsheet is almost ready to go live and will be a living, ever-changing document. And the committee thanks Ms. Quadrado for her diligence in creating it. It was a huge undertaking. Tonight, we are voting on 4 policies. The first is 0167, public participation in board meetings. As I explained last month, we're advised that we should enforce our public participation policy, which currently limits the first public speaks to 30 minutes and permits comments only on agenda items during the first period. We are revising the policy instead of enforcing that policy so the public doesn't have to wait for the second session to be heard on other topics. And since last month, we had minor revisions to clarify that the first public speaks will be open to non-agenda items once the agenda items are finished. 2415, Every Student Succeeds Act. This is a mandatory policy related to Every Student Succeeds funding that we revised last August, and it's being revised again per Strauss-Esme to add references to other related policies on parent and family engagement. 2415.50, Title I, School Parent and Family Engagement, one of those related policies, another mandatory policy for federal funding. 2425, Emergency Virtual or Remote Instruction. This mandatory policy on virtual instruction is being amended per Strauss-Esme. It addresses when the district may implement virtual instruction and what is required. The superintendent with board approval submits a plan of virtual instruction to the state annually in order for those virtual days to count as school days, and we voted on the district's plan last month, but this is the policy that we're voting on tonight. We have 3 policies for first read. 5460, high school graduation, that addresses the state high school graduation requirements. 5514, student use of vehicles on school property. This policy addresses students driving to school as well as riding bikes. The policy permits 12th graders to drive to school and park in designated student parking. It does not permit students to bring motorized bicycles, skateboards, hoverboards, etc. onto school grounds. And it also does not permit students to bring non-motorized skateboards, scooters, or roller skates on school grounds during the school day. The policy will address riding bikes to schools, and there's currently a placeholder in there for information that will be filled in before the second read. 7432, eye protection. It addresses when eye protection must be worn by students, staff, and visitors. Finally, we discussed some policies that are not up for first read this month. We discussed proposed revisions to 5530, the substance abuse policy that we are sending to CNI next month. And we also discussed several policies that are in process with other committees, but are not ready for first read tonight. And although the board voted on 5124 student transfers in May of this year due to a request in new business last month, we discussed 5124 at the October policy meeting. Dr. Telesford presented an analysis he did of the transfers requested and granted within the district, and we discussed what research might aid in reviewing this policy, and we also asked CNI to put it on its list to review. And just sort of as a reminder, every policy goes through 2 committees. Although I summarize the results of the policy process every month, the policy process engages the full board. The February 8th special full board meeting was a policy meeting that went into detail on that process. Each committee is responsible for portions of the policy manual. For example, CNI is generally responsible for the 2000s and 5000s. Personnel does 3000s and 4000s. FFT is responsible for the 6, 7, and 8000s, and the executive committee does bylaws and the 1000s. Policy is responsible for the 9000s and for coordinating this entire process. Does anyone have any questions about the policies?
I'd like to make a statement just to clarify the fact that I was not involved in the transfer discussion at all.
Thank you.
The only clarification I can add to this is that I think you missed the meeting where we actually spoke about it a few days back, because Dr. Telesford presented this information in the data committee meeting first. And you were not there for that one day, and I'm sure it'll be.
is recused on some aspects.
No, I don't know the details, but I'm just mentioning that, in that meeting we had that. I'm sure that will come out to everybody else. It was very interesting. It was fantastic. I thought that was probably the best. Obviously he's an expert in doing this, so not to diminish what he's done, but it was a fantastic analysis on transfer requests and what he found from there. So.
I was just making sure it was noted for the record that I was not involved in the discussion related to transfer policies.
Right.
Yes. Sorry. Okay, whatever.
No, I just wanted to echo what Board Member Badlamani say and thank Dr. Telesford for always bringing his analysis and perspective to what we do. Board Member Whitlitter.
May we have a copy of the presentation? Can we see a copy of the presentation that he gave?
Sure. I don't, Dr. Telesford can.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can share that.
Yeah.
I guess I was possibly waiting for. I know that we're having a discussion about this in was it in CNI next month? So I was going to, I guess, present it to the wider board after I was presented it to the relevant committees. But I can also just send it to everybody earlier too.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you so much. Yeah, that would be helpful, because then if we do have questions to raise on the presentation, then maybe it could be discussed in CNI or whatever. So thank you, Dr. Telesford.
Yeah, no problem.
If there are no other committee questions, I think we can move on to the action portion of the meeting. Okay. So I have one, I need to sever 4363, but I don't know if there's any other things that need to be severed tonight.
I have one that I'd like severed. And I can't find it right now. Give me 1 second and I will find the number, but it's the SSID one, whatever that is. I'm trying to get it.
Approved submission. I don't.
Yes.
That's the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights Act self-assessment.
Yeah.
That's not SSDS, I don't think.
Oh, sorry. I found it. I found it. The number, sorry. I'd like 4363 severed and also 4367.
Okay. Thank you. So, Dr. Taylor, do I move them or do you move them, or?
I can move it quickly. Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
No worries. I present to the board for consideration resolutions 4357 through 4366, excluding 4363 and 4367.
Second.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any discussion on those items? So I think hearing none, do we need a motion to call the roll, or do we?
Is one of those, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that I'm not, there's nothing in the policies, any of the policies we're doing that I'm conflicted on. I just want to make sure I'm not voting on something that shouldn't be.
I don't think so. It's the public participation, every student succeeds, Title I, student and parent, family engagement, and emergency virtual or remote instruction are the voting policies tonight.
Okay, sorry. Just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Bless you. Thank you for checking. Mr. Burnside, could you please call the roll?
Yes, this is 4357 through 4366, with 4363 and 4367 being severed. Board Member Bergen.
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina.
Yes.
Board Member Siders.
Yes.
Board Member Telesford.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield.
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. To our Board VP Bergen, would you like for me to do these one at a time or together?
One at a time, please.
Sure thing. I present to the board Resolution 4363 for consideration.
Second.
Thank you. I don't think we can really have any discussion on this.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
So if Mr. Burnside can please call the roll, I guess in reverse order.
Yes. Board Member Whitletter.
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield.
I'm recusing due to a personal conflict.
So that's an abstain. Okay. Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Board Member Telesford.
Yes.
Board Member Siders.
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina.
No.
Board Member Bergen.
I am also recusing myself. Thank you.
Okay, we only have 4 yays, so the motion does not pass.
Is that 4 out of 7?
Can we get
Oh.
can we get our attorney's
sorry.
opinion on it?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's 4 out of 7. I apologize. I thought we had 4 out of 8. I'm sorry. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Last resolution for consideration 4367.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on 4367?
I think we had it in the meeting.
Mr. Burnside, could you please call the roll?
Board Member Bergen.
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina.
No.
Board Member Siders.
Yes.
Board Member Telesford.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield.
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. I think this brings us to our second hearings of individuals and delegations. Do we have any audio public speaks?
There are no community members that signed up.
Sorry, that concludes our second session. I'm not going to read the whole public speaks again. So I think this brings us to new business. Does anyone have any new business?
I do.
Oh,
I do.
okay, Board Member Malaspina.
Sorry, I didn't know how we were doing this. I had brought up to the executive committee, and I'm not sure if we got an update on it, about us doing something as a board to denounce the cuts that that Governor Murphy is planning in terms of the youth mental health, defunding the loft and some of the other things that we have in our schools, and making it more of a county-based program. I know that a number of our community members have expressed concerns to us about it, and I'm hoping that we can do something, because this will be affecting us as a board, to advocate that this doesn't occur. And I didn't get anything back from anybody, really.
Thank you. I think that the board president's statement that I read addressed some of that, but I don't know if Dr. Taylor would like to also respond.
Yes. Yes, and I was going to reference the board president's statement as well. The superintendents around the state sent a letter of concern around that. And there's also been an opportunity, I believe, at a few spaces for public comment at the state level around those decisions. I'm also waiting on a little more information regarding what the future plans are for districts such as ours if these funds are removed and these programs are removed in lieu of a different design. So we have definitely voiced our concerns, and I'll just leave it at that. And I think that the board president's statement spoke to that.
Is there anything in the works for a plan for us, a resolution or something like that? I know other school districts have done something like that. And I asked that we as a board consider something.
I think that's a great idea. If you're willing to draft something, I'm happy to take a look, edit, collaborate, and maybe we could send it to the rest of the board.
Sure, I have no problem doing that. There's probably some out there. And, if our board council can help us with, making sure we're following the right wording. I'm never good at writing those resolutions, but I would appreciate any help.
Great, thank you.
I'll circulate something.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Is there any other new business? Board Member Whitletter.
So I have three things. They should be quick. The first is, so ELL elementary students at Clinton who live a mile or over should receive a bus to school. So what I'm asking to build consensus on is that the district conduct just an analysis to ensure that every ELL student that attends Clinton who lives a mile from the school does in fact have transportation this year. And I wanted to get buy-in from all of you that this is something that we all want done.
Can I just share? There's no need for a resolution on that. That's something that we're doing. We have it already as part of what we do. So we're already aware of it. I know we're speaking about a communication that came from a parental advocate, and we are reviewing that. I think that review is already completed, but it's a part of our formula. And the lead of our ELL program is very involved and speaks directly to our transportation group. And our Power School already notifies us who isn't enrolled in the ELL program. So a comprehensive plan is already in place and has been for a few years. And so I understand the ask. I saw the email with the advocacy, and we're using that, but I'll just leave it at that for now. But it's already in place.
Okay, great.
Would that information not be available in the whatever the DRTRS report or the transportation report there is? Because I mean, you have a lot of breakdowns by category. So I'm wondering if the ELL would also be a category in there, or maybe not.
I couldn't answer that one off the cuff, but we can, Mr. Burnside can do a review and let everyone know.
And is that something that we could get in the Friday packet?
Probably not this Friday, but next. It's it's a Power School report crossed with the transportation assignments and all that stuff, and so there's a little bit of drawdown on that. And we have to, of course, take all the student information out of there, the names and those kind of things. So it'll take a little bit of finagling, but we can confirm it. I mean, it's part of what we do, and I understand the advocacy that we read, but it's not out of the ordinary, and it's a part of our processes, and there are multiple people involved. So what we'll do, we could probably share with you next Friday a memo that drops real numbers on how many kids qualified and how many kids in this program and all those kind of things. That's not a hard ask. We can do that for you.
Thank you.
Which brings me to the next item, the Friday packet. I think there's just, the format could be a lot better. This Friday packet, it's a PDF, you're scrolling through. A lot of times you go and try to reference the Friday packet and it's just hard to find information. And I don't know if I'm the only one who feels this way. I feel like there's a better way we could be going about this, whether it's, I don't know, like I'm thinking through school boards. Like right now, we go in to look at our Board of Education meeting packet and we can click on specific links and it takes us directly to the document. Is that something that we could do for the Friday packet? Because we're not institutionalizing the information and it just gets lost in our inbox. I'm constantly putting in weekly packet and then scrolling through PDFs to try to find a memo or an email. And yes, I have the time to do it. I just feel like we could be way more efficient about this, and I don't know how other people feel about it.
I would agree with you. It's hard to see if I was, but I would also, I also struggle sometimes where I know I've seen it somewhere, but I'm trying to figure out where did I see it and how did I get there? And so I would love it if, yeah, we could try to, I think that's a great idea about maybe putting it in our school boards area or something like that so that we can easily click and find it, or some other way that it's a little more broken out.
So it's difficult. What I would share is that it's difficult. What we've done, we've taken recommendations throughout this process. We know that it's really robust, and that's why, unless we absolutely have to, I try to not send you daily updates anymore, because we know it can fill up your inbox and make it more difficult to do searches. But we added the list, the comprehensive list of what's in the Friday packet in the body of the email based on the recommendation from the board to make it more easily searchable by topic. If you just type the topic into your into your Gmail search from Ms. Quadrado, it's much easier to do it that way to search it. I don't know if schoolboard.net is appropriate for the board's Friday packet. We would probably do some research on that and maybe talk to our solicitor and all those things about the best way to do it, because it's such sensitive information. But yeah, I'm open to more conversations about it.
Thank you. Board Member Vadlamani?
So, I mean, I do kind of agree that, it's difficult to know what is, maybe just a classification. Well, there are two parts, right? One is, I'm not sure if this is necessarily a new resolution that's required for this. That's, let's start with that. But we certainly need to have some kind of a differentiation between all the different documents that are sent, between what is actionable, what is super important, and what is an FYI, or what is a, nice to know. There are like multiple categories. So maybe if you can start with that first, I think that will solve at least a good chunk of the problems.
I just wanted to say thank you for putting the list of things into the email to make it a little more searchable. I think there probably is room for improvement, but maybe we can all think about it and get back, come up with different ideas or something to make it a little more user-friendly.
Yeah, I mean, we want you to read it. We want you to have it, right? So that's why we provide it. So whatever we can do to make it more user-friendly, to make it more searchable for those who are maybe watching and that's why I always praise our board members, because weekly we may give 100, 150 pages of stuff because we want you to know what's happening, but it doesn't help us help you if it's not easy for you to review. So what I'll also do, maybe we can all do this if we're going to New Jersey School Board Association, conference next week, let's ask our colleagues what they do. Maybe there's a best practice out there that we could pull from. And listen, this is not my ego, right? I want to give you the information the best way that you can be able to manipulate it and digest it. So we are open to suggestions.
No, I
Thank
appreciate
you, and-
that. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, just to clarify, thank you. We do read it. It's just that there's so much good stuff in it. We want to find it later. And then we'll try to remember, what month was it? What, like some presentation or some report. And then trying to find it later, 6 months later is when it gets a little hard.
A quick suggestion, even because you PDF it, it's hard to search the document. If it were to be, say, a Word document with the title page that has links, like you can take the Word document and it automatically, like by header, will make it into searchable links or pages and stuff like that. That could be a simple, easy fix that might help a little. Just something that, so we're not having to scroll 100 pages.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you for that recommendation.
Does anyone else have new business? Board member? Yes?
No, finish.
Okay.
Oh, you have one more new business. Because you can wait. You don't have three new business. So I'd like to propose a new business, maybe a more of a meta policy than a policy, is that we should be proactively communicating and informing students and the community, parent community at large, if they're impacted by a particular policy. So basically what it means is that whenever we're either creating a new policy or we are modifying an existing one, the question should be, how many students will this impact? And how do we inform them as soon as, of course, the policy is acted upon, right? So because what happens a lot of times is that the policy is, it's the policy language. It's not user-friendly English, number one. And number two, I know there is a fair amount of parental involvement and them reading it and their responsibility, which we do correctly send out the board minutes. But there may be an opportunity to kind of, if there's a big change happening, maybe we should be contacting them more frequently or whatever this is. I mean, I don't know how to put this in words, so I don't have a policy here, but I just wanted to throw it out there and see what people think about it.
When you say can you be more specific? Do you mean it's on the Board of Education or is it on the district? How do you envision where do you envision the communication coming from?
I would think it's both. One is the Board of Education simplifying the message, and the district, I will leave that to Dr. Taylor, but I mean, the district may be, amplifying it and maybe sending out messages more frequently. That I'm not going to get into, but I can definitely, the board should be simplifying it. Like for example, I mean, there are many examples I would not get into, but let's just talk about it.
So one thing that's happened in the last, I don't know, year or two is the Board of Ed meeting recap newsletter. Yes. And that happened in response to the idea about getting information about policies out to people. So that is something that is, new that the district is doing to get the word out. I think to staff and to families, but I think it would, most of our policies affect so many people that it's hard to see how to narrow it down to tell people what, all of our policies affect the whole district. So it just seems hard to narrow things down.
No, go ahead.
And just also, just some helpful information. A lot of the updates that go into policies are legal updates. So it's law that's changing. And so you're really just updating it to make sure it's compliant with now maybe a new regulation or an amended one. And so maybe something to consider too is that members of the community or parents may think that you're making a more elaborate change than just simply updating it because the regulation is amended or whatnot, or you're doing your annual review and maybe you're making terms more generic or whatnot. So I think that taking into consideration like time in having to announce all of those when a lot of them are just standard or routine, or the public may get the impression that they can make a lot more changes to it than they can because a lot of your policies and regulations are so closely aligned with the statutes and regulations that there really isn't much. You're essentially almost regurgitating the regulation, putting in a policy. But I do think that there is, it's important to have the community participate on those more important topics. But keep in mind also, you do your community updates at the board level where you talk about some of those topics that eventually go to policy. So the members of the public, those who are watching and following along with the minutes, do really have more than just your first and second read because they've been already hearing in advance of what some of the more substantive conversations or policies that are being kind of more generally discussed initially.
So maybe I can give maybe a future example, right? I mean, so we talked about clarifying the hazardous routes policy. Say we've come up with a hazardous route policy that says West Montrose, whatever, this street is hazardous starting now. We know based on Power School data, whatever it is, all the people who are impacted by that. All I'm saying is that we should inform them a little bit more. I'm not talking about, yes, of course, we can't talk about every small little nuance in there, or the government has changed 18.2.4. No, I mean, that's difficult, agreed. But at least things that are practical and impacting them. Maybe, I know it is subjective, I know it is open-ended, but at least you can, I don't even know if you need a super resolution saying that, but if you keep that in mind and we institutionalize it amongst ourselves. So if you come up with a policy that comes up and it's impacting, I don't know, whatever, 1,000 people out of the 8,000 or 7,000 students we have, I mean, we can find that. That's my kind of thought process.
Litter?
No, I was going to say, I think this is a good point, and it's, to me, it's twofold. It's the communication to the families, but then also, and something, you know, I'm going to email you, Susan, about this, but the policy implementation throughout the district, when we adopt a policy and approve it, what does that implementation process look like as far as how it gets communicated and then trickle down to students and families? So, you know, I think about, okay, you know, every day your kid comes home with their folder and they're bringing materials home. If it's a transportation policy that's impacting that student, why can't we just include a direct letter in their folder that their parent has access to? Because as much as I'd like to think that people are watching these board meetings, the reality is that 99% of people probably don't even know our names and watch these meetings and understand what's going on. So we have to, like anything in this world, push content, push it to them, and go through as many mediums as possible. And I know there's also parental engagement and parental involvement, and there's responsibility there as well. But you know, we can't just expect that someone's going to open up the newsletter to get the information. So anyway, I think it's a really good point you bring up, and I think it's something that we should talk about further in policy.
Thank you. I mean, part of the goal with the policy review master spreadsheet that I talked about was to give the board some more eyes on the implementation of the policies, but I also would like Francis's input on, you know, where the line is for the board with, you know, getting too in the weeds on these things, and if it is something that we, you know, directing communication on certain things is something that we are even able to do.
Exactly. I think that there is that balance, right? On the one hand, you have these critical policies that are, you know, you're reassessing your courtesy busing and whether that can be implemented in the hazardous routes. These are things that, you know, that are in the focus of the community, really concerning. And so you want to get them to be involved and participate in the process. But as far as more like the day-to-day policies, I think you need to have that balance of which ones are going to be more, you're going to refer it to the committees, your policy committees, and then it's going to be referred to the boards. And usually the superintendent and members of administration are going to identify those policies because either Strauss Esme is coming in and saying, here are the ones where we have some updates. And so those are just more routine. And so you more efficiently can go through those. I think you also have to be mindful of the amount of administrative support that would require and how much time that would take, which would necessitate them reallocating their time from whatever they may have been supposed to be doing to now they are kind of engaging more of the public in review of what the board is really in charge of, which is to go through these policies. And, I think that we have to look practically in the amount of time that everyone has, and I'm not just talking about board members, members of administration, but in operating schools and governing schools and everything that you have to review and focus on is part of that process. The law really does embed that first and second reading. The Open Public Meetings Act, these are all avenues, and I understand, like, most people aren't probably even aware of when the board meetings are, who's on the board, what's the purpose of a board, and most people aren't as involved, and that's unfortunate, and I think, it would be nice to have more of that support, but there are processes put in place to try to help streamline the operations of schools and the governance. So being mindful of, okay, you can certainly adopt and amend it and create greater avenues, but at what point does that start slowing down than other projects of the board or of the administration? So I think just being more mindful of resources and time, so striking a balance and making sure that when you have members of the public kind of provide that feedback, that's feedback and they're not taking the role of board members.
Could I just offer a little bit?
Sorry, just one final clarification. This is a one-way broadcast. It is not injecting public into the policy-making process. That's not what I'm suggesting. I am suggesting that once a policy is baked and acted upon and resolution happens, how do we propagate that to the public? That's what I'm talking about. I'm not pulling them into the policy-making process. No, that would be onerous. I understand. So it's a one-way broadcast.
Dr. Taylor?
So I was just going to share that as VP Bergen shared, that was why we launched the newsletter that all is focused totally on recapping our board meetings. And when we do have decisions that are made that impact the students and the families, we do send out those follow-ups. We also have strategies around how we think our information most widely gets to people. Believe it or not, people have lots of crowded email boxes, and they're more likely sometimes to open an email from their principal than they are from me, believe it or not, because that's going to impact their day-to-day life. So sometimes we actually utilize the school leaders because they also have their own newsletters, right? And we filter changes that are significant there. As we shared earlier, I believe this was the C&I committee wrap-up. Board member Siders talked about the Halloween memo, how we use President's Council to help get that word out, right? That we do try to use the levers that have the closest contact to our families to try and triangulate that. It's never perfect, right? Because some people, have less access to the digital media than others. That's why we utilize, the robocalls too, and those type of things. So it's a delicate balance to not overwhelm people so that they turn off to our communications, but just want to put on the record for everyone who may not know that we do use our PTAs, we do use our principals, we do use our centralized newsletter, and we also use our social media, our YouTube channel, and that kind of thing. So we do triangulate the stuff and to try and get it out and push it out. And also we try to be mindful of the timing of stuff. If something is not going to impact everyone for several months, we don't want the message to get lost by getting it out too early, but also not too late that people are not prepared for it. So thank you for the feedback.
Thank you. Board Member Willard, I think you have one more.
I already mentioned it, but I just don't know if everyone has to say they're in favor of it or not. I'm having trouble speaking today. I need sleep. So regarding just doing further analysis around incidents of sexual violence and sexual harassment in the district and having a conversation around the new process that's in place, are people in favor of collecting that data? And I don't know if that would be done then. I'm assuming it would happen in CNI, a presentation, or would it happen in the data committee?
I support that, and I was going to suggest the data committee, but I'm open to other ideas from other people here.
I agree.
I support that.
I support that.
My only question to our solicitor, and it doesn't have to be right now, would be because of the numbers, hopefully are very small on this category. Is there any risk if we start putting that data and spreading it too widely that we would threaten the confidentiality of the students who could be involved? Is that a consideration?
There is, for instance, if let's say there was one incident in one school at a particular time of year and there was a particular attention on that situation, it would be very easy for people to identify who the student was. So maybe being a little conscious of the amount of information, whether we talk about grade level or trying to find a way to provide the information, but to protect the privacy of those individuals as well. And I'm happy to look at any information, even preliminarily, to see whether or not there's sufficient safeguards before it's shared, and maybe to help provide some suggestions or recommendations as to maybe what to add or how to qualify the information.
Thank you. We'll reach out to our Director of Safety and Security, as well as review incidents that we are aware of, and then we'll share with you the outcome of that. And understanding that to make this information as sensitive and important as it is, to try and do a multi-year review, it really depends, again, just for us to all realize, of course, that it's based on who is reported to, meaning in district or law enforcement, and the age of folks might skew the data that's available. So just prefacing it with that, not saying that we can't make it happen. I'm just concerned about the information being so small that it could be readily identify the victim in these cases.
Thank you.
Just one final.
Uh-huh.
No, I support the collection of the data, right? But I kind of liked Ms. Fabrici's idea that maybe it can be anonymized by having grade-wise as opposed to school-wise. So that way it is now suddenly across the entire district. I understand how it can be, the numbers are small, yes, but I'm sure we can find a way to express those numbers or commingle them so that it's not obvious who it is.
Thank you. Is there any other new business? Okay. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, November 17th at 6:30 p.m. in District Meeting Room, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey. Immediately following the opening of public session, the board will move into closed session in the Superintendent's office, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey, as well as using an online video conference platform to discuss personnel matters within the attorney-client privilege, legal negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussion to be announced at a later date. Immediately following closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session, estimated to be 7:30, in the District Meeting Room, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey, in person and utilizing an online video conference platform, which will include hearings of individuals. The community can view the meeting by following the steps which will be listed on the agenda. If there are members of the community who would like to attend the meeting in person, please note that masks and social distancing are optional in accordance with guidance received from local DOH and the CDC. Action will be taken. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second. Anyone?
Second.
Second, okay.
First, second.
Yes, so I think, do we need to vote on that? Or do we, all in favor, raise your hands? It appears to be unanimous. This meeting is adjourned at 10:56 p.m. Thank you.
Good job.